restart the stream now. Hopefully the stream will be up and running here momentarily. Yes, there it is. Okay. My bad. Did not mean for that to happen. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, people who may be just joining, here we are currently looking at a live look of the visible satellite radar, where we currently have what looks to be a tornado outbreak over the next coming hours. Let me go ahead and just make sure everything looks good. Yes, it does. You can see that Mississippi did have some spots of clearing, little patches here, as well as Louisiana in between these different bands, linear bands of supercells. We're looking at the mesoscale analysis. Surface observations are showing us that we have near 80-degree temperatures, 70-degree dew points here along near the Mississippi River. And this is going to lead to a much more unstable atmosphere than what was initially anticipated. So here again is that 10% hatched risk for tornadoes. The Storm Prediction Center did trim that risk just slightly because I think that we're going to lose a lot of our instability once we enter into Alabama and places farther west. Well, let's go ahead and look at our... we're going to look at our cape here. My bad. Just look at our surface-based cape. You can see we have 2,000 cape here in the wow, right along Mississippi and Louisiana border right here. This is going to lead to a lot more instability to aid in storm development and storm intensity. You can see we have a pretty large area of 1,500 and overspreading pretty much the entirety of eastern Louisiana and the southwestern part of Mississippi. We have at minimum 1,000 cape. So the Storm Prediction Center has taken notice of this and has issued a pretty large tornado watch area. You can see the front back here. Along the back side of this is where we have our cold front, and here we have the prefrontal confluence lines of convection going up. Looks like a couple rounds of supercells possible. And the Storm Protection Center has issued a high probability that we will see multiple tornadoes and a moderate probability, which is 50% chance that we see a couple EF2 plus tornadoes. So let's hop over to visible satellite, as we do have a tornado warning now in progress. This is a brand new tornado warning that was just issued. As you can see, the graphic I pulled up on screen there. That is going to be my little audio and visual cue that we have a new tornado warning that has been issued. As of right now, there is nothing that we can confirm for this tornado. However, today is a very volatile environment. I would treat every warning very seriously. If you live just north of Yazoo City, or actually if you live pretty much in Yazoo City and places north of Yazoo City, I would be taking shelter right now, especially if you live right off the highway here near Eden. Any of these locations within this stretch right here, I would be taking shelter right now. You can see this storm actually has a little bit of a curve along its meso right here. So this is kind of an embedded supercell along this line right here. So Yazoo City, you guys need to get to your safe places right now while you have the opportunity to do so. Like I said, this is not a confirmed tornado, as we just got a new radar update here. And we're looking at a pretty strong radar presentation. So here, I'll give you guys a little bit of a breakdown, right? So the yellow or the reddish pink colors are winds that are moving away from the radar. Green is wind that's moving towards our radar. So obviously you have counterclockwise green next to red. That shows a pretty tight area of rotation. And if this rotation tightens even more, then there's a good chance that this storm will produce. This is the storm that I have been posting about on Twitter just about all day, for the last hour at least, as it's probably the most concerning one that we're looking at. We do have a couple chasers here. Isaiah, Robert, Sean, Vince is down here, Aaron, J. Jack. Let's see if Norman is around here somewhere. I knew Norman was heading a little bit to the southwest, so I know that he's definitely around this storm here somewhere. The question is just to where he really exactly is. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that my sound sounds good and everything. Let's go ahead and check. Hello, sound. Let's trigger that and close that. Trigger that. Cool. Okay, cool. Sound is all good. I'm going to just keep following this storm. This is our one storm right now that is showing rotation. We've got some other convection down here to the south that's very messy. I would say that that's probably the only inhibitor for today, is the fact that we have a very messy storm mode. I mean, we have shear that's off the charts. We have now the fact that we have 1,000 to 2,000 Cape is giving us an even higher likelihood that we're going to have some more surface-based storm development. But because we have this very messy storm mode, that's just about the only thing that is saving us from having really just a major outbreak of just tornadoes. What is going on here? Okay, so we can see the rotation on this storm is pretty broad, right? So what you want whenever you're trying to, if you want a tornado to form, or what tornadoes need, is you need like a tight area of rotation. Now you can see our rotation right here is pretty broad. You have a pretty broad area, but if we can get much tighter rotation, like right here, that's within about a mile radius, much tighter closed off area of rotation, that would make us feel a lot higher of a chance that we're actually going to be seeing we're going to be seeing a tornado probably form out of this storm. Either way, a tornado can easily touch down from a storm like this. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to okay. My bad. Sorry. I had to quiet that down. But yeah, this is what we're still currently looking at. This is our tornado watch area. So they noted that there would be multiple linear bands with embedded supercells across the lower Mississippi Valley. In the Mid-South regions, greatest tornado threat should be centered on portions of northern to central Mississippi in the mid to late afternoon. So, again, this is our supercell that we are just mainly concerned about. It does not look amazing right now in terms of actually producing. However, this thing very well could produce here if it tightens up even in just one radar update. We've seen that plenty of times in different scenarios where literally you're looking at a supercell, and the rotation looks a little bit more broad, a little bit more outflow dominant, and then it kind of tightens in just one radar update, and boom, you have a tornado on the ground. And that tornado, although it in some scenarios you might have a more brief tornado, does not necessarily mean that it's going to be a weak tornado. You could have a relatively strong tornado that just touches down for a shorter period of time. So yeah, but we're still looking at a radar indicated rotation here. Nothing that we can confirm as of yet. I'm going to be making sure that we are checking. There is a little bit of a broad area of rotation as well right here. So just to preface this as well real quick, if you notice whenever I draw over here, you can see two things. So what this is our reflectivity. This is our rain, our hail, things like that. This is our velocity, right? So this shows us wind speeds from within the storm. So whenever we use a split picture like this, it just gives us the ability to see both at the same time. You can see whenever I zoom in on Eden, it's the same exact location, just showing different radar styles on both. I'm pretty sure I can actually switch this one to reflectivity, so it'll give you a little bit better picture as to, you know, it's the same radar thing, just kind of flipped across the two of them. But yeah, we do have these little broad areas of some weak rotation here that are definitely of concern, but still we've got Quincy Vagel, which is kind of nearing this tornado-warned storm here. He's actually the closest one to it, and yeah, this storm will likely be going for quite a while. It'll probably recycle many times. Wow, the environment that this cell is in is absolutely primed for tornado development. Man. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the shear and the photographs in this on this storm are just absolutely insane. I'm gonna try to see if we can get a different radar picture to see. There we go. Got it back up. We'll be watching every storm that forms down here. Let's actually take a look and make sure none of these really looks too concerning or intriguing as of yet. However, we do have a lot of Cape present right here on the border of Mississippi and Louisiana, nearing 2,000 Cape, which is significantly higher than what was forecasted. So let's go ahead and pull this up on Twitter that we are streaming. My bad. I know you guys are just going to hear typing for right now. I actually don't know if I even copied it or not. I did. Yes, I did successfully copy it. Okay. Okay, we have gotten that out. And we still have an active tornado warning here. This is tracking towards Eden. Eden, you guys need to be in your safe places right now. Right now, this is not going to be a storm to mess around with. We do have a little bit of a broad area of rotation right here. You can see wind speeds moving away and towards. It's not too much of a concern yet, because really for those tornadic vortex signatures, usually you need the rotation. You can see, so we have rotation that's moving this way and rotation that's moving this way, so it's pointed more in like this direction, right? To consider rotation more of a tornado vortex signature, you would want the rotation to be moving directly away from the radar and directly towards the radar. Thus, it kind of points at the radar. I mean, obviously you can see it with this one here. The rotation is basically going straight towards the radar. Although this is a very broad, messy storm here, but I think it's going to have a pretty good chance of cycling. And, you know, this thing could put down multiple tornadoes if it were to ever really get going here. Who is that? That's still Quincy Vagel, Brandon Clement. Who is just north of him? Brandon Clement and Brett Adair are both there. As I am still trying to watch this storm here. Quincy Vagel probably has the best view out of anybody, if there really even is a view, because this is a very rain-wrapped possible tornado here. Just to the south of this, we do have a little bit of an increase in the inflow to this cell right here. So that is definitely something to keep an eye on. Our most mature storm of the day is definitely this cell right here in just north of Yazoo City. And I definitely think that this cell has probably the best chance. Probably the main thing that is hurting it, we'll go ahead and watch a radar loop. The main thing that's hurting it is look at all of the convection that is firing out ahead of this storm. So that convection is probably hurting this storm's mesocyclone health to a degree. And that's probably the only reason that we're seeing this cell struggle, actually. We're just going to keep an eye on it. Right now, there is nothing else really that is catching my eye. We do have pretty strong winds on some of these thunderstorms moving through. I'm sure that we'll get quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings right along the cold front there. And this cold front might also inhibit some of the tornado chances today, as the cold front might come in and just undercut some of these lesser mature storms. But you know, yeah, we're still keeping an eye on this and an eye on this one. We do have a couple lightning bolts showing up, which shows us that this cell might be strengthening. And we do see that right here where that rotation is, this storm does have a pretty decent echo top on it. It's not that topped out, but definitely looking better than it did initially. So this could definitely go tornado warned as well if it continues to trend the way that it is. We're just waiting for any new information that we can get. This looks like it is becoming more and more outflow dominant. It very easily could cycle, though. Usually a cell like this would cycle more on the southern side. Now, if you look right here, we still have a lot of convection firing ahead of these cells, which is going to be inhibiting their ability to really maintain a well-ventilated, healthy updraft, healthy rotation. So that definitely is a problem. So we'll go ahead and just take a peek again at the visible satellite. We'll go ahead and reload our surface observations. Still 70s dew points, almost 80-degree temperatures all the way through west central Mississippi. We've got surface base Cape, again, of 2,000, 1,500 stretching all the way up towards the Jackson area. So I don't see too much inhibiting this. I would say, again, the only thing that is inhibiting our cells from being very healthy and having some tighter rotation is probably all of this extra convection that's firing here out ahead of these cells. This extra convection is going to be kind of inhibiting these storms from just having that unimpeded warm inflow. We'll go ahead and take a look at our live satellite again. Sorry. We can see all that moisture just pooling up from the Gulf Coast, and I would expect, especially given the fact that we had some clearing here, that just some of these cells are going to start to take off a little bit. You can see the tops starting to spread out on the cells right as they crossed the Mississippi River into Mississippi. So I think that that's going to give us a better chance of seeing some more organized storm development. So we still have this tornado watch. But the storms are struggling to go crazy, at least so far. Yeah, this tornado warned storm here just north of Yazoo City, it probably has a good chance of losing its tornado warning here soon, because I don't see this storm surviving engulfing this much extra convection. That's really what's killing this storm. For anybody that's tuning in right now, what we're looking at is we have reflectivity radar and we have velocity radar. So this gives us a picture of the same radar, just with two different things split. That's the same tornado warning. They just trimmed the back end of it a little bit. So velocity gives us an idea of the wind speeds from within inside the storm. This reflectivity just shows us things like rain, hail, kind of the normal radar picture that you would see anytime with any radar app. But with velocity, the fact that we can see wind speeds gives us an advantage into understanding what's actually going on inside the storm. So we can see these whites and these reddish colors here. That's wind that's moving away from the radar, and green is wind that's moving towards the radar. Now, we don't have a very strong couplet right now. You can see this green is not a very bright green. We do have very strong inflow, but the problem is our inflow is being impeded by all this convection, all this rain in here. So what that rain is going to do is it's going to choke out some of our updraft, some of our rotation that we've got, because, well, rain falls downward, thus creating a downdraft, and it will impede a storm's, inflow into the updraft by kind of, pushing some cooler, some rain-cooled air down. Now, a storm can still tighten up and produce even with that high precipitation, real messy inflow. But right now what we've got is kind of a shape that you would not associate with kind of a tornado vortex signature. Don't get me wrong, we have rotation here, right? But it is weaker rotation, and it is very broad rotation that we have. You would really want this rotation to be much tighter and a much more confined area to believe that there is the possibility of having a tornado on the ground. Now, something that does catch my eye is this cell right down here. You can see we have some reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. I do think there's a chance if these tighten up that this will probably go tornado warned. And one thing that I highlighted is where the two of these meet in the middle. You can see it's kind of pointing in this direction, maybe a little bit in this direction. For a real tornado vortex signature, it needs to be more or less pointed directly at the radar. So we could see, if I go back a few frames with this storm here, this storm that first went tornado warned. When it first went tornado warned, the rotation where these two areas of rotation meet in the middle points directly at where our radar is located. That is a tornado vortex signature. We just got a new update, I think, on the radar. Yes. So no new tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and get a little bit more of an idea as to what's going on here. We're just going to focus on just one. We still have this pretty messy convection going up here in southern, I believe this is actually parts of Louisiana and southern Mississippi. Our one supercell that has been kind of dominating the entire day, it's just being impeded by all of this inflow. All of this inflow is kind of really hurting this storm's health. But if it can get rid of some of this messy inflow that is just southeast of it, then it will be able to have a much healthier updraft, a much healthier area of rotation, and that will be definitely more cause for concern. Now, we do have two areas that are a little bit of a cause for concern right here, as we do have some broad areas of rotation right here. So these two storms, or these two areas of rotation right here, are also concerning. And still, our Yazoo City storm has very strong inflow, very, very strong inflow. So if this storm can avoid at all, if it starts to get some of this clear air south of it, then there's a good chance that this storm will cycle and have a much higher chance of putting down a tornado. If anybody has any questions about anything, just shoot the questions in the chat. Even if it's something that you may already know, I mean, I like to have that engagement, right? So again, we're looking at this is our live satellite, so this gives us an idea of what the storm looks like from space. So you can see the moisture just pulling north from the Gulf of Mexico. That's all of our dew points, all of our energy. That warm, moist air, it's that ocean air that is coming off of the Gulf of Mexico. And that's what's fueling a lot of these thunderstorms down here, down south. I mean, you can literally see the lines of thunderstorms that are firing off of that warm sea, moist air mass. So we have surface winds due south with 2,000, 1,500, and even 1,000 Cape overspreading pretty much the entire area of the warm sector. So there's really nothing other than all of this extra rain that is going to be really impeding our storm's development. And you can see we have very strong inflow with just some pretty weak rear flank downdraft on this storm. If this storm starts to get in some more clear air that is south of it, definitely this will tighten back up and probably have the capability of producing not just a tornado, but likely a strong tornado at that. We're still eyeing 2 areas of rotation right here as well, near Yazoo City and I believe that is Satartia. Don't mind me if I say the names wrong. I'm just gonna try my absolute best. Let's go ahead and check on some of these storms a little bit farther north. We do have a little severe warning there. Wow. This front is pretty strong, and I don't really think we're gonna have many tornado chances for these storms that are actually along the front. And you can see, like we saw on visible satellite, we do have all of these smaller thunderstorms that are just pulling off of the Gulf of Mexico. And some of these ones down here, if they remain a little bit more discreet in the warm sector, they could definitely become tornado-producing thunderstorms. So, I'll go ahead and try to keep everybody updated. Yeah, conditions are very, very favorable for supercells and tornado development here. Everywhere basically in Mississippi. I mean, it's very favorable. Kinematics, thermodynamics, it's all there. The only saving grace, I believe, is that we have a very messy warm sector, which is leading to storms struggling to form an organized updraft because they're being choked out by the downdrafts of all of the little storms firing out here in the warm sector. So, which is a good thing, obviously, if you are worried about, the potential for strong tornadoes. The fact that storms are firing out here is not necessarily a bad thing. But, yeah, I would say that that's probably our biggest bust scenario, is if we continue to have all of this convection, which is going to impede the growth of some of these supercells. Still, hello. Well, the stream is still on, so I don't know why I can't get the warning, unless they just canceled it. But it looks like we have not had any confirmed tornadoes to what I am seeing. Yeah, looks like it's still just relatively broad area of rotation. Trying to get back over here. We're still concerned about these 2 zones here, which could possibly tighten up and spin up a tornado real quick. But as of right now, we're just dealing with a very messy warm sector, which is very much inhibiting our supercell growth, which is, again, not necessarily a bad thing. Less robust supercells means the probability, and we did just lose the tornado warning on this storm. Now, this storm could very easily regain its tornado warning any moment now, but as of right now, looks like we are waiting to see what comes of these cells. Yeah, I think the point that Stas is chasing, he's quite a good chaser. The point that he's making is pretty valid, that a lot of times if you have tornadoes down here in Dixie, they tend to be longer track, longer lived tornadoes. So just because a tornado might be relatively far from you, you should still take your precautions. I mean, I do think that some of these down here are pretty concerning because they're about as far ahead of the front as possible. Like, let's say these two cells, if they were to actually kind of merge, that would probably give us the best chance of having a longer track supercell if one of these cells actually did. And actually, we can see down here on the southern end of this cell, we already have some stronger rotation, as we have fast wind speeds moving here and then kind of slower wind speeds moving here. So we do have some weak rotation on the cell down there. Still keeping an eye on this storm up here near Lexington, but it is not looking good for that storm in terms of actually producing anything anytime soon. Pretty messy event. We knew that coming in, that there was a good chance this would be quite a messy setup. And I think, let's see. I definitely think this setup could still perform much better than we expect. See, the problem is we're in a little we're in a little bit of a radar hole here, where it is pretty hard to actually see fully what is going on here. So let's go ahead and see if anything in Arkansas looks interesting. I think this cell right here in the center, it's kind of in an area where the radar is not picking up on it all that great. Let's see if at any point it did pick up on it great. Yeah, that cell definitely is worth watching. Now we still have pretty strong rotation here, as we have very strong inflow. You could easily have a weaker, more like a spin-up tornado happen here near Lexington. I guarantee you there's a tor possible on this. There's not? How is there not a tor possible on that? Wow. Okay. So there is no tor possible on that. Well, I would consider this a tornado possible, given the fact that it's been kind of the most dominant storm the entire day. I don't see it fully weakening into just kind of a general thunderstorm. I do think it'll stay at least severe. I think this cell is also worth watching. The only problem is it's kind of in between 4 radars right now. We don't really have a great view of it. So we'll have to wait as it moves a little bit farther northeast and a little bit closer to the Memphis, Tennessee radar. As of right now, we have no active tornado warnings. So just to let you guys know, we do not have any active tornado warnings. We are expecting a tornado outbreak today. And that tornado outbreak could take hours to fully come to fruition. So, yeah. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, man. Whoever made my my Dunkin' today, I almost never get coffee, for the record. I'm not a big fan of coffee. But whoever made my Dunkin' today put like the tiniest little bit of sugar and caramel in it. Thus, it is very bitter, and we now have a new tornado warning that was just issued. A new tornado warning. This is for Lexington. Like I said, that was why I thought it was very interesting that they did not have a tor possible on that. Now, we have to keep an eye on correlation coefficient. We do have kind of an odd spike here. I don't think that is really cause for concern for us just yet. But we're going to make sure we keep an eye on it. This is second tornado warning of the day, as we're expecting a tornado outbreak to ensue over the next few hours. We have a couple chasers through here. Joseph, Adam, Corey. Let's see. Is there anybody that I know? Brett Adair. Okay. Brett Adair is out there. I know Norman, who is a chaser from Ohio, is also down here. Maybe we'll try to get in contact with him at some point today. See what he's kind of seeing on the ground down there. We do have to watch these cells that are firing out here in the open warm sector as well. These cells are as isolated as it's going to get. Actually, this cell down here in the southern one already has a little bit of rotation on the southern end of it, while some of these other ones don't look like they're fully organized yet. But these storms will have plenty of time to get organized, and it's just a matter if they can fend off some of this this real messy convection that's going on in the open warm sector. So, but anyways, yeah, so this, if you live northeast of Lexington, so near, I believe that is West Mississippi, south of Valder, if you live anywhere within this range, you definitely need to be considering taking shelter. This supercell definitely doesn't look nearly as good as it did. However, it is still definitely cause for concern. No debris is showing up on radar or anything. So again, this is just radar indicated rotation. And just to give people an example of what we're looking at right now. So this is a split, right? This is basically a mirror, which is showing us, as you can see, I'm going to draw here, and it goes up on both. So this is showing us the same location, the same radar picture, but one is showing us reflectivity, which is the normal radar that you would be seeing if you just looked at your everyday radar app, if you watched the TV or something. This is the radar that they would usually show you. On the right, though, we have velocity, which shows us the wind speeds inside the storm. So our reddish colors, that is wind that's moving away from our selected radar. And the brighter colors is wind that is moving very fast away from the radar. We have a little bit of a grayish green right here. So what that shows us is we have wind moving very fast this way, and then a little bit of wind moving this way. So it's not tight, strong rotation. This is not the traditional vortex you would see that would signify a tornado. But there is still rotation there, broad rotation, but rotation nonetheless. And we could definitely have a very brief spin up that could occur, especially with how strong this inflow is. And actually, it looks like we kind of almost have like it's almost like this storm did a little bit of a left split. We have very strong inflow here, and then kind of weaker flow here, which is going to be causing some broad rotation in this range, and then very strong inflow here, and then weak downdraft along the backside. So we actually have kind of two areas right here and right here, which are cause for concern. So that would be just east of Lexington, basically tracking just north of West Mississippi. You guys are probably, for the main area of concern right now, pretty much split the difference between Valder and West. Everywhere within this range right here, you need to be taking shelter. Even though this does not have the strongest vortex signature on it, you need to treat it like a tornado. This is a very volatile day, and we could definitely have a tornado that would be touching down very quick. I mean, all it takes is just for this rotation to tighten up just for a moment, and it could produce a tornado. So we just got a new radar update, though, and it does look like we do not have a tornado on the ground, at least based on what we're looking at on radar. But still, you need to be in your shelters, especially if you live in West and Valder. Anywhere, if you hear those two cities and you think, oh, I live near there, you should probably be thinking about taking shelter. And the time is now, right? Don't wait. Don't wait for the storm to get to you. Don't wait to see it, because that is how a lot of people end up being killed in tornadoes. Is they actively go out to either find it, or they wait until they see it and then decide, okay, well, now it is time to go to shelter. I would have a plan in place and just make sure that you're prepared. The worst thing you can do is be prepared and you end up not needing to be prepared. So that is my best advice. Just have a plan in place. Make sure that you, your family, everybody has an idea of what to do in the event that you get caught in some pretty nasty weather. So I think probably one of the things of main concern is these cells that are firing down here in the open warm sector. There shouldn't be a ton of convection to really impede these cells. So if one of these cells in here kind of becomes the dominant cell, it actually starts to produce some strong rotation. I would give that cell probably the highest chance of producing a tornado, and probably producing a pretty strong long track tornado. The one that I'm eyeballing as of right now is this cell near Brookhaven. You do have a little bit of rotation, not much, but a little bit of rotation, right? And if this storm can start to mature and actually maybe, let's say, these two cells, the inflow from this storm kind of sucks in this other one and they become one cell, that would give it completely unimpeded inflow, and you would probably have the chance of seeing a pretty strong tornado producing in this environment. So we're still looking at this tornado warning, which is still just radar indicated rotation. I don't see anything on the correlation coefficient. If it would load for us, that would be great. Okay, sometimes you have to just try to play it and then it'll work. Or not. It's messing with us right now. I think radar scope in its entirety is messing with us right now. Hopefully radar scope is not down, or hopefully the radar that is here is not down, because I cannot get any updates. Let me make sure that this is just me and not everywhere that can't get updates. Okay, on my phone, I'm getting updates. So, I don't know what is happening, but there we go. Okay. So we finally got another radar update. And again, this is a very messy warm sector. Look at all that just convection going up right there. Our cell near Brookhaven does not look all that promising, but just wait till it enters this environment. We have right here near Jackson, right on this border of Mississippi and Louisiana. Actually, I think it's probably just a little bit farther north. Well, no, maybe not. It is located just about right here. You've got a pocket of, I believe, about almost 2,000 cape right there. Maybe over 2,000 cape in some areas, which is a lot more cape than what was initially forecasted. So, but yeah, if you're a chaser, it's probably looking pretty frustrating so far. And this front is catching up to some of these storms, which could undercut their rotation and cause quite a few issues. We love it when technology agrees with us, don't we? Come on. Show me the velocity. Okay, well, I cannot see velocity on that one. So we're going to just stay focused on this tornado warning down here. And I can't see either of these now. There we go. Okay. I think that they'll probably cancel this tornado warning in the near future because it is not looking all that great on the velocity. I would definitely just include it in a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And honestly, severe thunderstorm warnings in this environment should pretty much be treated as a tornado warning. But obviously not everybody does that. I know personally when I hear a severe thunderstorm warning, I don't usually think much of it because, well, I know, severe thunderstorms, although it is severe, and usually you get some pretty strong winds and some possibility of some significant hail and stuff, usually that doesn't do the most damage in the world. Now, we do still have some rotation here on this cell, but it's not looking great on reflectivity. So we will see if any of these cells can just get established, then it's probably going to go nuts and produce multiple tornadoes. The internet is being exceptionally slow right now, so that is very nice. Wow, it's being very slow. Okay. Okay. Looks like Norman is going in to intercept that storm near Lexington, Mississippi. Yeah, none of these cells are just really doing a ton right now. Things are a little bit more boring, which is, I mean, all things considered, a good thing, you know. So we'll go ahead and take another peek at our live radar. You can see some of the tops spreading out of these supercells here in Mississippi. So we're going to go ahead and move all of this over here. I don't know why we are not seeing any updates on radar scope. I think our radar scope is struggling. Either that or our internet is struggling. One of the two is not having a good time right now. So wow, Photograph near Columbus, Mississippi looks really good. Really good in terms of producing tornadoes. Yeah, which is where this cell is headed. If it can avoid just being constantly choked out by all of this wet inflow, then this storm is definitely going to just ride along that moisture and have a good chance of producing. But yeah, as of right now, it is a little bit boring down here, but that's what we want to see. Every time I call something a potential tornado outbreak, it usually busts. So maybe I helped today bust a little bit. Yeah, I definitely don't think today was warranted of a moderate risk with an upgrade. But yeah, they're probably going to take away the Tor on this. Honestly, this cell right here looks like it has a pretty good chance too, because, I mean, if you just look at it right here, here's the rear flank to it, and the front flank, it kind of has that like S shape. Whenever you have that shape with some rotation on velocity, pretty good chance, if it tightens up, that you could get a tornado on the ground. Yeah, all this convection is ahead of the front. So you would expect that this convection could get organized a little bit better than what we're currently seeing. Because right now what we're currently seeing is not the most organized convection in the world. What we're also seeing is, for some reason, radar scope does not want to load for me. Come on. That looks very blah from that radar. Blah. That's about the only thing I can say about that. Yeah, everything like west of these leading storms is definitely, you know, I would consider putting a tornado warning on this storm that is also going to be passing just south of Lexington. It's trailing directly behind this storm, which looks like it's starting to kind of just shear out and die out a little bit. But you see this little this couple pixels of black right here. There's a good chance that this inflow combined with this rear flank could spin up a tornado right there where the two of them are meeting. Let's go ahead and check the correlation coefficient, and we do not have anything right here, at least not as of yet. I think the National Weather Service is going to cancel this tornado warning that we have. And pretty good chance that this storm will just be done for, because it's being just completely overran by all of this this inflow. Now this cell down here definitely has my attention as well. You can see some pretty strong inflow, which could aid this cell into becoming a little bit more dominant. However, we've seen cells struggle all day, as well as this one near Osaka. Osaka, Louisiana. So we're gonna go ahead and just keep an eye on this. There's not much that we can really do right now. Don't mind me. Oh man, I've not been able to get a ton of sleep recently. Grinding out these YouTube videos, you know. That's partially a joke, but I do try to grind out the videos for you guys to a degree. So, yeah, I think probably the storms that are kind of on this back end of this are most likely going to be done, because they're going to be continuously cut off by all this warmer inflow, or by all this this just very moist inflow. Now this cell down here definitely has my attention. You can see right here there's a little bit of like almost like a hook shape, and in that same spot we've got strong inflow with a little bit of weaker flow that direction. So would be nice to get a velocity update on this cell as well. It does have minor clear air to the south of it, so there's a good chance it could try to spin up a tornado. Same with this cell down here near Clinton. If it maintains this this clear air to the south of it, then I mean right here on the southern end, it already has some weaker, more broad base rotation. So I think that's just part of the slight digital glitching that is taking place. Yeah, I believe so. Whew, man. Alright, we're going to go back to the reflectivity. You know, this cell is not quitting down here near Brookhaven. It's still trying to keep its rotation, although it's a very tiny little supercell. Wow, I can't believe actually these storms aren't rotating with some tighter couplets than what they are. I mean, alright, we'll just keep an eye on this Brookhaven one for now. See if we can. Yeah, I am also watching that. Just south of Lexington. Again, this storm near Clinton could also have a chance if it actually takes advantage of this clear air that it has just southeast of it. If it tightens up on this southern edge, very good chance that it could produce. However, in front of it we have this convection, so I wouldn't expect that to last very long, to be completely honest. Yeah, there's just there's a little bit too much moisture right now, and there's no cells that have Okay. Yeah, not too much is actually going on right now. You know, this could be producing. Oh, well. This little baby cell very well could be trying to. It actually, out of all of the little baby cells, that one looks the best. Wait, that one's near, where is that? On the Osaka one. We still have a tornado warning going on up here. This includes West, Valden, Lexington. I would probably include Durant as well because the rotation's a little bit farther south. But that's not really doesn't really look all that clean, right? Very messy. We have a very messy warm sector. That is very much for sure. We have a lot of messy things going on right now. So we're gonna see if any of these can become more surface based, but sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear that. You know, there is a genuine chance that this cell down here near Magnolia, what is that, Louisiana? There is a very good chance that this thing could produce a little tornado. It's not not like it has very strong rotation on it, but it's kind of falling apart now. Surprised the National Weather Service has yet to cancel this tornado warning. I think they've probably kept it since a newer rotation is kind of cycled in from the southwest. Oops. I'll tell you what, this little cell right here is trying its absolute hardest. It even has like a little appendage on the southern end of it, which is kind of funny because you got the inflow flow in here and then like almost like a mini rear flank downdraft on the back. It's pretty interesting, really. I want to check. Okay, we'll go ahead and leave this up here. Did they just reinstate the warning? Whoa. No, it's the same warning, just new radar update. I mean, we still have rotation right here. It's not very strong. It's not a very tight couplet. I mean, the fact that things are a little bit more boring right now is definitely a positive because today looked like it had definitely the chance of very significant tornadoes. Probably a long track, pretty strong tornadoes. Actually, wait a minute. We got a little bit of rotation on now the southern end of this storm near D-Low. This storm is pretty much out all on its own here. I mean, to a degree. This cell could definitely have a chance. And actually, I mean, it looks pretty decent, relatively mature. The rotation is in the correct spot, right? Just on the southeast tail. So we'll keep an eye on this one. This is near D-Low, Braxton, Mendenhall. We'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on that for sure because I expect that this tornado warning will likely be canceled. Yeah, this tornado warning will likely be canceled. And I think a lot of the focus is going to go to more of these southern storms. This storm also has my eye on it. We have some very broad rotation. And anywhere where the rotation tightens up in there could definitely cause a tornado. Especially given the fact that it has a little bit more of unimpeded inflow. Some more clear air here just south of it. So, yeah, let's see. Is this storm kind of ingesting some seriously congested inflow? I mean, to a small degree. It is, yeah. But, yeah, this cell down here definitely looks the best. It's growing, growing, growing. Once we start to get some lightning bolts shooting out of this, I think that it's probably going to have the chance to produce. We still have the ongoing tornado warning, which expires here in 11 minutes near Durant, just east of Lexington. Ooh, boy. Some pretty broad rotation right here, actually. It does kind of have just like a little cutout right in the middle there. That's definitely interesting. Nothing on the correlation coefficient, so. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning. No tour possible, but I definitely, with what we're looking at right here on the radar, I would definitely consider that a tour possible. I mean, this cell down here definitely looks pretty decent. The only problem is you can still see there's some of that moist inflow there, but yeah, the problem is we have too much moist inflow. A little too much. Definitely not a good thing. Check our correlation coefficient up here near Durant. Nothing that I can really tell, but you do have pretty strong inflow here, so you could get brief spin-ups anywhere along this where this inflow would meet any areas of flanking downdraft. We do have a little bit of broad rotation on this cell as well near Salis. I'm going to check the Storm Prediction Center and see if they've issued any other mesoscale discussions. They did. Talking specifically about South Central Kentucky. We're going to go ahead and just go to the main one here. South Central Kentucky, and then pretty much the entirety of Tennessee, where they're talking about possibly issuing a severe thunderstorm watch for brief, strong, damaging wind gusts. So that is within this line of storms here, which, whoops. Yeah, none of them has very discernible rotation. I mean, all the storms down here are definitely struggling as well. This cell has my attention for sure. I mean, both of these cells have my attention. Heck, you can actually see in all of these little cells right here, there is a curve to them, which is insane. Shows you how much shear we have. But the problem is you might have so much shear that you end up shearing out and destroying the weaker updrafts of some of you know, weaker thunderstorms that are firing out here in the warm sector. Now, the National Weather Service did not say that they were going to issue another watch out here. I would think they would, but given the fact that we do have some prefrontal cells firing on these confluence lines, but yeah, as of right now, we are not seeing anything else. Man. We still have a tornado warning, which is going to expire here pretty soon. Yeah, that most likely, yeah. Most likely we do not have a tornado associated with this storm. Hey, every time I call it an outbreak, it doesn't end up being an outbreak. So, if today busts, maybe once the storms get a little bit more towards central, like east central Mississippi, towards west central Alabama, they'll tend to rotate a little bit harder. As of right now, my eyes are definitely on I mean, specifically these two cells down here. They look pretty good. Any of the cells that could fire down here out of southern Mississippi. Wow, man, this is just absolutely insane. Just every single one of these has like a curve to it. But I think that's one of our problems is we have probably too much shear in the atmosphere, and it ends up shearing out all the updrafts. Because obviously an updraft needs shear to rotate, but also too much shear causes it to spin a little like too quickly, as it's just a weaker updraft, and then it can't really pull up more of an updraft. So I just ooh, okay, this definitely has my concern. This is the storm that we outlined a little while ago, I think, when it was near Clinton. Yes, that's the same storm. That velocity is becoming much tighter, a much tighter gradient of velocity. I would expect that they would issue a tornado warning on this storm probably any minute now. Yeah, tornado possible on the severe warning, but I think that this probably is going to get a tornado warning, an actual tornado warning. So that is what we're currently looking at. Yeah, we don't have any spotter network information about any confirmed tornadoes, any confirmed damage. So we're just operating solely off of radar right now. Again, if one of these two cells here could really get established. Now this one is super skinny, whereas this storm is just a little bit messy. If it becomes surface based, well, let's go ahead and take a look at echo tops. Yeah, neither of these storms is topped out. Which I think is one of the main problems. Like I had said, you really need kind of a healthy topped out storm that is that's able to fight off that shear to maintain an updraft. Whoa. Alright, if you live in Canton, Mississippi, you should be underground right now, for sure. There's a chance we could have a tornado on the ground right now, with shear like this, or with a vortex signature like this. Right here, pretty much right along the highway, you have a good chance that a tornado could be touching down any minute now. And pretty much every one of these is rotating. I cannot believe that. But the only problem is they can't establish an updraft because they're such young cells. That's why I think we would need like these two cells to kind of merge together to form one stronger cell. That would probably be necessary. Yeah, if you live in Canton, though, I would be underground right at this very moment, everybody. You definitely have the chance of a tornado being on the ground. This tornado warning is fully expired now, so we will see that disappear. Very good chance that we see this storm near Canton gain a tornado warning. I don't know. It did look it looked pretty menacing on the last velocity update that we had, but I think with the latest update that we just had, we'll see what comes to fruition right here. That definitely has my eye on it, but I'm not as concerned as I was on the last radar update. Still concerned, but not as concerned. Man. Okay, this is our expired tornado warning. So that is this is an expired tornado warning. I would treat this as a tornado warning, honestly. If you live in Canton, you got to be underground right now. Within a couple minutes, this storm will be past, and then you can come back up. Just take your precautions, please. Keeping an eye on some of these more southern cells, but I mean, the problem is I believe that the shear is probably too strong. There it is. New tornado warning now. And that's what anytime you hear, you see that graphic up and hear that noise, then you should know that we just got a new tornado warning, and that was for Canton. We've been on that one for a while. This is still just radar indicated. We're going to keep an eye on it and see when it was looking pretty strong. I don't know, it could be a possibility that it did touch down right here. Are these? No, these are synced up. Okay. I don't believe that was on the ground. At least not what we're looking at right now. Still a tornado warning. This thing has very strong inflow, so all it takes is just for some outflow or some downdraft to kind of line up with that, and we could easily have a tornado on the ground. But again, you know what's causing this storm to struggle to a degree? The same thing that has been causing the struggle all day. I mean, look, here's our rotation right over Canton. Look at everywhere south of that just rain-filled inflow. You're not going to have long-lived rotating updrafts with such rainy inflow like that. If we remember during the December 10 outbreak, which is not comparable to this one, but I'm just using this as an example. In the December 10 outbreak, the quad state supercell had continuously just clear air just to the southeast of where its rotation was, right? So it never had any inflow that was a downdraft, right? We can see cells back here that are firing along the front. That is eventually going to come in and likely just undercut quite a bit of our thunderstorm development. So I doubt that these storms will have too terribly much longer before they end up possibly getting cut out. Now this is still of concern right here just east of Canton. We're going to check correlation coefficient. Nothing very obvious for us there, but still very strong rotation. So for anybody that is going to be tuning in, what we're looking at is this is a split radar where we're looking at our reflectivity, which shows us the normal things like rain, hail, just kind of the normal radar that you see all the time. Over here, this is our velocity. So this shows us the wind speeds from within the storm. And we have very strong inflow combined with some weaker outflow. So the reddish, yellowish colors is wind moving away from the radar. The greenish, like gray colors here is wind moving towards the radar. So where we have those two meeting right here in the middle, there's a chance of having a tornado right there. Now this is not very strong down, like the rear flanking downdraft, and actually on the latest updates it looks even worse. So it is a high possibility we just have strong inflow going into this storm. And again, it's inflow that is completely just messy, and I would give these storms probably another couple hours before the front's going to end up pretty much catching up with them, and there's a good chance that these storms lose their opportunity to produce. And we did just get a new tornado watch, I believe. Yes, we did. A few tornadoes with a couple intense tornadoes possible. And we really haven't even seen any tornadoes yet today, so we're just waiting. Near Ethel, that also has my notice right here near Ethel. Yeah, this the rotation here near Ethel is definitely of concern as well. I would probably severe warn this right here. Try to put a tornado possible tag on that, and that way, just so people are aware. We're still trying to see if any of these storms can become really the dominant cell. We haven't had any storm yet kind of volunteer as, hey, I'm going to be the more dominant cell. But what we have had is a lot of this really messy convection. So this has got to be frustrating to chasers for sure. I mean, I know if I was chasing on this day, I'd be very frustrated. The parameters just look absolutely amazing, and storms are struggling. And that's not a bad thing in terms of saving life, property, But when it comes to chasing, I believe that a lot of this messy inflow is what's causing all this. So our two storms that we talked about that had pretty good potential to actually become the more dominant supercell are now not looking great again. So yeah, the Storm Protection Center still outlines the possibility of intense tornadoes. So I don't know exactly. Yeah, multiple linear bands will evolve east-northeast across the Tennessee Valley. Greatest tornado threat will likely exist across the southern portion of the watch area where embedded supercells should persist. Yeah. They decreased the tornado chances down to 60% and down to 40% for the chance of seeing intense tornadoes possible. So, decreased odds on the latest tornado watch, which is what I expected. Yeah. We still have this tornado warning just northeast of Canton. Obviously, all of this messy convection is causing the rotation to really just get sheared out. Yeah, I would say we are definitely entering the possibility of bust territory here. This event definitely had a very high ceiling, and the fact that we got higher cape than what was forecasted gave us maybe a false idea that today was actually gonna outperform what we expected. But from what we're seeing so far, today is kind of not living up to the hype. We don't even have one confirmed tornado report as of so far. So yeah, we've had a couple tornado warnings, but no storm that has really given us full conviction on the fact that, oh, this has produced a tornado, or that it, is has at least a good chance of producing a tornado, I guess. So this cell near Polkville is just worth watching. Pretty wide and weak area of rotation there, but still something. Small little area of rotation here on this cell near Braxton, and it kind of does have a little bit of an appendage. So really, it's just a matter of one cell kind of becoming the more dominant cell, and we have not had any of the cells today volunteer for the, like, in front of the class as like, I'll do it, we've just had a lot of cell mergers and some just linear storm modes. Now, I think the best chance is going to be storms that form along this front edge. I think that they probably have the best chance. You can see, looking at velocity, that you have a pretty large area of relatively unimpeded inflow. Now, obviously, if all of these end up just merging with the line, then that means that within the next hour, we could have the chance of seeing some pretty intense tornadoes, as these cells would then merge, and then there would be some unimpeded air down here to the southeast for these to work off of. This cell near Crystal Springs, it's pretty isolated. Definitely looks like it would have a chance as well to go tornado warned. But yeah, we're looking at not very good if you're a chaser today. You're definitely not happy with what you're seeing. Man, and radar scope is just giving me lots of fits as well, so that's always fun. What the heck? Looks like our... Oh, I guess there is still some rotation on that one. Alright, well, we're keeping an eye on this. Real quickly, I'm going to pull up the satellite radar, live satellite for us. As right now, it looks like this tornado warning is going to expire as this storm has been fully choked off by all of this this real wet inflow. See, you get those rain showers out ahead of the main cells, and it just completely chokes them out. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and just pull this up. We're going to start running this. I'm going to be right back in just one second here. All right, I am back. We are going to pull that aside for now. We don't really need to focus too much on that. I just posted a really good thread on Twitter that Hunter Folks wrote. He does a really good job of explaining why the vectors in the hodograph and our storm motion is probably inhibiting some of these storms to a degree of actually maintaining rotation and updraft. We're going to keep an eye on everything still, as we have been. Again, this little cell is trying so hard to just stay alive. You can see the weak rotation on it there. I would have to imagine that just one of these cells is going to that fires along the that in the open worm sector here will be the one that kind of goes. Either that or these will become engulfed into this, and we will have some pretty significant embedded rotations along this line as it advances farther east. But that's a lot of ifs to be factoring in to what is currently occurring. Right now, I'm not seeing any specific storm that is really catching my eye and makes me concerned. This tornado warning is going to probably expire very soon. We might have a little bit of rotation here near Weir, Ackerman, actually. Let's go ahead and see. Technology is just not agreeing with me today. So, I mean, yeah, pretty weak rotation. You've got wind speeds, obviously. A little bit of rotation there, but nothing that is really going to give us anything that is that much cause for concern. So, yeah, I think these cells don't actually have too much longer before, you know, we're entering the territory where it's pretty likely that these storms are going to not really produce. Could be right here, actually. You know what? Given the shape of this storm, I would say definitely a chance that this this could be a supercell right here. Now, if a cell that is like this is a mature cell. If there's no real moist convection ahead of it here on the southern edge of this, I mean, this cell should really go crazy and produce for sure. The thing that we have seen today, though, really is that I mean, these all the areas of rotation that we've seen, all of the updrafts have been cut off by the downdrafts of other little smaller spots of convection that have popped up. So we're just gonna keep an eye on everything. I mean, I know I sound like a broken record to a degree, but let's go ahead and pull up the hourly mesoscale analysis. Look at some surface observations. We've got plenty of dew points, plenty of temperature here as well. I just don't know. Yeah, like, see how there's a little bit of rotation right here, but there's this blob of extra rain falling right here, which is probably inhibiting this storm to a degree. Now, I will say south of this storm, though, you can see there's clear air right here. There's some hidden convection along this whole area, but if this storm can kind of pull in the convection right here, then it definitely has the shape to really become a dominant cell. Let's go ahead and look at our multi-parameter fields here. And yeah, definitely down here in right along the Mississippi-Louisiana border is where we have a lot of CAPE. We've got pretty solid vorticity here. It's just a matter of whether these storms shear themselves out or get choked out by the real small little convection here that's going to be creating those downdrafts, kind of killing those storms. Or if any of these storms is actually going to get going. Now, see, anytime I see this, I know that it's not a good sign for tornado growth. In terms of the safety of residents and stuff, I know that this is obviously a good thing. But whenever you see all this crappy convection here, and they all have a curve, right? So there's very clearly that strong shear in the atmosphere. But it seems like every time I see that down here in Dixie, it usually pans out to actually kill off the storms, because you have all of this this messy inflow that is just killing off the storm. So actually, what you would want if you were a chaser and you wanted to see, what is this? Oh, that's just the meso discussion for it. And you wanted to actually see tornadoes, then you would kind of want some of this fresh convection here to kind of be withered away and get more supercellular storm modes. But obviously things are already going right now. They're kind of just doing their own thing. A little bit of a weird rotation actually right here, where you have almost no rain. This doesn't even look like a cell at all, but there's rotation right there. So that's been our storm that we've followed all the way from where did we follow that from? We followed that from Brookhaven all the way up to where it is now, and it's never looked extremely impressive, but somehow is still maintaining rotation. So I don't really have an answer for that one. If people are going to hate on me for the fact that I said tornado outbreak, I did it as a precaution. That's what I'll say. It was not clickbait. It was for the sake of saving lives. Because every time I say that there's a tornado outbreak or something, just like whenever I chased in Kentucky on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, it almost never comes to fruition. So, just banking on that right now, that I kind of jinxed this event and into being the bust that it is. So you're welcome, everybody. But I mean, talking in real terms, this event still has a chance of producing at least one strong tornado. As of right now, I'm not seeing any cell that would be the one to do that. So I think it's a chance that a lot of our tornado chances have probably come and gone at this point. And we're going to keep an eye on it. But I think it's probably a pretty good chance that this ends up being a bust. I don't really see us getting the craziest I just don't see the cells suddenly going crazy and suddenly we get a massive outbreak. Obviously we're going to keep an eye on it, but this is just an absolute mess. Funnel near Canton. Huh. At 313. Really? That has to be a delayed report because, I mean, what would they have been talking about? This right here? Possibly? Could have been, I guess. There's definitely a possibility. Could have been mistakenly reported funnel. Maybe just an SLC, a scary looking cloud that was reported as a funnel. Halfway to the ground on MS16. On MS16. Well, that's where he is. So multiple shingles off of a roof in Alabama. I don't know where that occurred. Where? Multiple shingles off. They haven't even had any thunderstorms up there yet. Well, it's a good thing that things are a little bit boring right now. We did have quite a few, for anybody that's just now tuning in, we had quite a few tornado warnings, some pretty strong supercells, but they've all struggled to deal with, we'll go ahead and demonstrate it here. You see all of this right here. Every time a stronger cell with some rotation, like this one, for example, has started to get going, started showing signs of producing, it has just ingested all of this, these real wet storms that are just kind of really hurting the organized updraft and organized rotation of these storms. And it seems like every time I call something an outbreak, it will bust. Okay, so me calling this live tornado outbreak, I just caused the event to bust. So don't worry about it. That's why we did that today. But seriously, I think that this is probably best case scenario. We're mainly just going to be getting like a little bit of a localized flooding event. And yeah, it looks like we did have a funnel cloud reported here, which is why I think this severe thunderstorm warning with a torr possible was added, just for the sake of being, diligent. I don't know how legit that funnel cloud report is, because it was kind of in an area with very weak rotation and very messy, in quite an odd spot too, like a spot you wouldn't really expect. But yeah, I think probably too much shear. I think that's probably why. See, the problem with too much shear is if the storms are not strong enough, they're too weak. As their updraft goes up, there's so much shear that it almost is just killing the updraft. So it can't establish a meso. And the storms that did establish a strong rotating mesocyclone, then they ingested other little storms that were impeding that inflow. Because obviously whenever you have little storms that are creating rain, A, they're taking energy out of the environment that one cell could use, and B, that rain is causing a downdraft, which obviously impedes the updraft of that healthier storm. So that's mainly what's been going on today. This cell has looks like a pretty good chance, if it manages to survive in the next who knows, half hour. That's been the main task, is these cells have tried to find a way to survive, and at this point we do still have a couple hours left in this event for things to trend in the wrong direction. So we definitely need to be diligent and watch everything. However, we've made it through what was probably the prime opportunity for tornadoes, and we've only received a couple funnel cloud reports. There could have still easily been a brief tornado that occurred, but yeah. All I know is that on New Year's Day, there was a lot of this occurring. A lot of these, this sort of, people call it crapvection instead of convection. So, I think that's a pretty fair way to put it. But what happens whenever you get this crapvection? We'll go ahead and go over here and look at this. Every time that I have watched or tracked weather or chased for myself, like I did on New Year's Day this year, anytime you have this convection of these real small storms going up, and they all have a visible curve to them, and they're within like a mile or a couple miles of each other, and there's just a ton of these like little it's almost like striped lines of like curves, right? That usually leads to a bust scenario. And at least from my experience so far, because what happens is you get all these little storms which are taking up energy that's in the atmosphere, and they're also creating a downdraft. And since they're moving more north, and we kind of have the the hodograph vectors is like this angle, you really only have like maybe 20 to 30 degrees where that rotation is taking place, which just shears out the updraft because there's such strong shear in the atmosphere. It's hard to explain, but I hope you guys get the idea to a degree. I mean, this cell has at least some degree of concern. I would say this one does as well, but the thing is, every cell that we talk about having some concern, I mean, this cell barely has any rotation on it. Now that could easily change. I mean, we do have a little bit, right here we have a little bit. But on our storm right here, this one could have the chance as well, given the fact that if we go ahead and outline it, this is what you would usually expect, like the shape of a supercell to be. However, look what's occurring again. Look at all this right here. Just that crappy, just rain showers that are being ingested. And then obviously all the storms that actually try to get going, there's not enough cape and not enough energy for those updrafts to just boom, to just really go up. So anytime you get organized updrafts, they're killed off by the little rain showers. And then anytime you get these rain showers that are pretty isolated and have a chance, their updrafts just get sheared out. There's so much shear in the atmosphere that as the updraft is really building up, it kind of just shears itself apart because it can't even rotate. It is rotating so fast that it doesn't have enough upward momentum to maintain it, and it kind of just destroys the updraft of the storm. Again, something that is hard to explain without at least some degree of prior knowledge on storms and how they work. But still, we're going to keep an eye on everything here. We have now went the last more than 3 hours. 3 hours. I think the last more than 30 minutes without having a tornado warning issued. So that is definitely a positive. Right here near Starkville, there is a little bit of broad rotation. We'll keep an eye on that one. That one probably has somewhat of a chance. I think this storm has a pretty good chance, but the problem is just the continuous stream of these little rain showers that's just choking off every opportunity for these cells to really get going. But still, this is the most mature cell. This is wind moving away. Yeah. So you can see it's almost like a clockwise area of rotation here. This is very interesting to see how today is panning out. And we'll go ahead and change the title because I know that some people will probably not be happy about that. So we're going to change the title to Live Severe Weather Outbreak. Yeah, there we go. If we get any tornado warnings, I can show the cool little like soundboard thing that I created to any of the new viewers, but we would need that ultimately to happen. And at this rate, I'm beginning to think that that may not happen much at all for the rest of today. Still some broad rotation on that one there. Yeah, all of the storms that get organized just get they either end up ingesting these little thunderstorms, which is just taking away their energy, and then those little thunderstorms can't establish enough of an updraft to actually survive. So they end up getting sheared apart and die. So, yeah, this might be a scenario where the storms really don't get going until they just fully squall line out, which looks like it's probably the case here. Basically, they need to become a full-on squall line, otherwise. So far, there's no spark to these storms. Too much shear and or not enough instability. Yeah, I think the... Are you trying somewhere just sitting for now? I mean, yeah, that's what I would do. I would just be chilling for now, kind of just waiting it out, seeing what ends up happening. But I know that our the Cape for Alabama is not looking good for later on today, so I think probably we've got a couple more hours, and that's about it for today. Storms just really failed to get going, and there's a couple reasons for that. Maybe I'll end up making a video possibly discussing why today really busted pretty hard. But I mean, we still have the chance of seeing a couple tornadoes. I just don't think that at this point it's a likely scenario. I think that there's a pretty good possibility that, I mean, we might get a couple more tornado warnings, but obviously tornado warnings doesn't directly mean tornado on the ground. So I think having a couple more tornado warnings, yeah, I mean, I definitely think we are going to have more tornado warnings before the day is done, but I'm not sure about confirmed tornadoes, at least at this point. Yeah, see, this is going away from the radar. This is going towards... away towards... This is a very odd... I mean, it is very close to the radar, so it is kind of hard to get an accurate picture. But, man... These storms have just struggled the entire day. The entire day, these things have just struggled to get going. Got a little bit of rotation on this cell here. Only problem is it's likely not going to get established enough to actually maintain its updraft and survive. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our surface-based cape. We do still have pockets of 2,000, but at this point now that is back here on the Mississippi-Louisiana border. The storms that we're currently focusing on are entering an environment with about 1,000 cape, 1,000 surface-based cape, and pretty good chance that once they enter Alabama, let's see, yeah, we start to lose some of our cape as the night goes on. Yeah, for sure. So we've got maybe 2 more hours, and And then there's a pretty good chance that after the next maybe 2 to 4 hours, this event will be done, fully wrapped up. This is something that happens down here in Dixie, and like I said, I've seen it before, where you just have so much of these smaller storms that fire in the warm sector, and we knew based on the models that it was going to be pretty messy, but this was definitely a scenario that was likely to happen, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center did not upgrade to a moderate risk. And some people thought they still would upgrade to a moderate risk, especially given the morning. This morning we had surface observations that were reading higher dew points, higher CAPE, and even with those higher dew points and the higher CAPE, today still severely underperformed, and I think will likely continue to underperform. Although this is pretty interesting. Here you got a little bit of a hook shown up on this storm, which is this one is kind of isolated out here. So who knows? It could have the chance. To do it. But as of right now, we have no active tornado warnings. I actually stayed up last night trying to make sure I had everything down. I had a key. For every tornado warning, new tornado warning that was issued, I could push a key so it would come across the screen and also play like a siren sound. So that way if anybody was watching and wasn't actively looking at the screen, I could hit that and then also announce, hey, there's a new tornado warning for such and such area. Get to shelter, and then maybe, people don't have to be staring at the stream. They could just be listening to it. But we haven't really had much of the opportunity to use that today. I think we've had 3, maybe 4 tornado warnings so far. We'll see. The day is not done, for sure. The day is not done. There's definitely a chance that we could see more tornado warnings if we actually get tornadoes from said warnings. That's definitely much more of a question mark, and all the stuff up here just does not look good really whatsoever. I think it all hinges on the storms that are semi-discrete out here in the open warm sector. Really probably any of these storms on the southern end here and anything that fires out in this range. If we could get one of these storms here, particularly this one or this storm here, to it looks like a person with a face. Sorry. Either one of these two, if it starts to establish a tighter area of rotation, then that would give me some more cause for concern that, hey, the day's not done. Good chance that these storms will produce. Or if a cell fires out here and actually has enough strength to form an updraft, like if this cell here started to do it, or if all of this kind of started to form into one cell, then there would be a good chance that it would happen. But I think the stuff that's back here probably doesn't have that much of a chance, given the fact that there's all this convection here and even more convection here. So it would have to be a little bit farther just north of that, like this cell right here, possibly this cell here. But we can see that that it's not really fully linear. I mean, there's a gap in between these two cells here. There's small gaps in between this cell here, a gap between where this cell borders the convection down here on the south. So there's a possibility here, and actually right here near Union we do have some weaker rotation, but rotation nonetheless. I actually saw my second tornado ever with rotation that looked exactly like this. It was a very brief tornado that only me and my chase partner caught. It went unconfirmed by the National Weather Service and was on the ground for about 3.5 seconds. A very quick spin up, but honestly, given how marginal that day was, it was a success for us. So, yeah, I mean, this could spin up a tornado. Definitely brief, definitely weak. But if we start to get some stronger RFD on the back end of this, I would definitely be concerned given how strong the inflow is into this storm. And especially considering it has relatively clear air south of it. I mean, there's a couple of these little smaller cells here. But, yeah, still no active tornado warnings. I think that that trend is probably gonna continue unless we see something like this cell here near Union tighten up just a little bit. It's good practice to check the correlation coefficient every once in a while, because you never know. Even though the rotation may not look great in the mid-levels, you might have a tornado that did briefly touch down and lofted some debris. Now this cell down here looks pretty interesting. We've got some decent turning in the atmosphere down here, and it is semi-discrete. You can see there's no convection directly south of it. You can actually tell that because of on velocity. Now velocity gives us an idea of really where there's like hidden convection. You can see there's no rain over here, but there is some cloud coverage and likely some elevated storms here that would be taking energy away from this more surface-based supercellular storm. And this is a supercell. Don't get me wrong. This definitely is. You can tell because there's a little appendage here at the bottom, and right at that appendage you have rotation, right? So, for anybody that's tuning in that doesn't understand this right now, I'll give a quick overview. This on the left is our reflectivity. This is the normal radar you would be looking at all the time. You'll see this on TV, on your radar app, on your phone, whatever it might be. So this is our normal radar over here. Over here is velocity. So what this shows us is wind speed. The green and bluish teal colors is wind that's moving towards the radar, and the red and more yellowish colors is wind that's moving away. So we have relatively strong wind that's moving towards our radar, and then some very weak wind that's moving away from the radar. But the key is that both of these are in a very tight gradient, right? They're very close together, which means that there's a good chance that this is a rotating mesocyclone, right? And especially if we see some more brighter red colors on the flanking side of this, I would say that they should probably issue a tornado warning on that one. Now, obviously, right now we're not seeing those brighter reds, so I think that leaving it unwarned is completely fair for right now, especially given that every smaller cell that has fired in this open warm sector has subsequently died or been ingested into a larger cell and then also killed off that larger cell while being ingested. So we'll see what this little cell does right here. I think out of all of this, it probably looks the best right now. Maybe this one here just north of Union, where we have very strong winds moving away and then very weak winds moving away. So that is showing us that we do have an area of rotation right here where the two of these meet. And there's a chance that if this does tighten up to a degree, if we start to see some of those greens moving back this way, then I would say that that's showing us a tornado vortex signature. But again, the problem is you see some pretty messy convection out here, which is just being ingested into this storm's inflow, which is subsequently killing its inflow. But we are looking at pretty outdated velocity information here, so hopefully we can get an update on velocity. I think we just... No, we did not. So still no update on velocity. Spectrum width shows us we do have a little bit of turbulence on the southern end of this. Now this storm does look pretty good. It has a little appendage, right? If it can actually survive, if its updraft doesn't get choked off. Now the rotation does not look great, and it is dangerously close to where we have this other convection right here. Let's see, how far is that? Okay, that's less than 10 miles away, so likely this convection will close in pretty quickly, and if that does happen, it might aid in killing off the established mesocyclone we have here. And it's not even all that much of an established meso. I would say the thing that gives me hope is the fact that this storm actually looks supercellular. Looking at it on reflectivity, it kind of has a little bit of a tail, which is what you would want to see. But yeah, so still we're looking at no tornado warnings as of right now. We're just trying to see if any of these storms can actually maintain a strong updraft and really get established. Sorry, just checking something real quick. Okay. Yeah, so this storm near Tucker as well, I think, has somewhat of a chance. Not by a ton, but it has a chance. And it's not really topped out. Well, that makes me feel like it has less of a chance. And this storm down here near Mount Olive still as well is not really topped out. So these storms have potential, that's for sure. I mean, look at the shape of this storm. It has a visible hook. It has a rain-free base, obviously, down here to the southeast of it. So if it could get an established updraft, we very well could see it become tornado warned. Hello, Mr. Barstow. How are you doing, my guy? We're tracking a very messy chance of seeing some tornadoes here, Mr. Barstow. It's a good thing I'm not chasing this right now, because I would be not very happy with how it's turning out. But I'm sure everybody that lives down here is happy, though. We're not seeing any devastation, any communities being, destroyed. So yeah, which one was that? That was this storm right here. Yeah. Near Smithville. Smithville. Genuinely do not know where that is, actually, which is weird because I know Smithville, Alabama, or is that Alabama? Smithville. Let's take a look. Oh, well. Smithville, Mississippi. Where is it? It is kind of northeast central. Let's see. Oh shoot. What is happening? Oh, my stream just crashed right as I had 6 viewers too. Man, that's really a bummer. Come on, man. Like, why are you doing this? There's Smithville right there. Maybe an embedded supercell feature in there. Come on, stream, stay with me. Sorry, guys, I'm having some problems with the internet. I think we're back. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we are good. Yes, we're good now. We're green. We got the green. Cool. Okay. Still keeping an eye on this storm near Tucker, Mississippi. I think this storm right here as well has a pretty interesting look to it. Near Mize. This one would probably be my personal storm of interest. The only problem is you have about 5 miles between this storm and all this really wet, just kind of elevated thunderstorms here. But I still think even with that, this storm probably has pretty good chance of possibly producing. I mean, it's a relatively weak couplet. You know, you don't have a very strong rotation, but it is stronger than what we've been seeing. And we have, you know, obviously this kind of hook end on this, so which gives me even more hope that it will produce. Granted, I don't hope it produces just for the sake of, you know, I never hope that a storm produces and does damage to, you know, lives, property, and communities. But I'm just saying, like, if you did want to see, you know, a tornado come out of this, this is definitely very hopeful. That's how I should have worded it, I guess. So, yeah, we're going to stay focused on this. I'm going to do a quick check, see if we... Yeah, I don't see any pictures or anything yet that is indicative of any serious damage, at least. I know there was a report of some shingle damage and stuff. However, I don't see anything that is showing us really like tornado damage. I mean, shingle damage can occur in some pretty strong wind gusts, and that's about all it takes. I do think our best chance for some supercells that could produce tornadoes is within everything south of this range right here. Let's go ahead and just flip it over to just one big screen here so we can kind of get a better look at this. So I think everything south of right about here, this range probably is our best chance of producing a tornado. This storm up here near Philadelphia definitely had a chance. I don't know. This rotation has been persisting for quite some time, and it does match up with kind of a hook-like appendage, almost like a donut hole here, which could mean there could be a tornado associated with said donut hole. But there is nothing that catches my eye on correlation coefficient. So, our storm here near Mize and Raleigh seems to be kind of tuckering out. Still rotation with it, though. I mean, just because it's not very high precipitation doesn't mean it can't produce. So, we're seeing some broad rotation here as well. Now, I will say some of these storms here that I'm seeing definitely looks like they have a much better chance to produce than a lot of the other stuff I was seeing earlier. It looks like we're finally getting some of this really messy stuff kind of out of the way. You're maybe starting to see a little bit more supercellular structure now that storms are getting established. But I still think that these storms are going to struggle to produce. I kind of disagree with Tyler, actually. A friend of mine on Twitter, he kind of posted and said, like, oh, I just checked the radar and now it's just a bunch of supercells in southern Mississippi. And I disagree with that. I mean, this right here is a supercell, a very low precipitation and weak one, but you do have a couplet, right, that matches up with a little appendage that's sticking out here. And then you do have some interesting areas of sort of like embedded weak rotation that looks like it's more or less just outflow. But even at that rate, I don't know if I would say, there's any sign of strong supercells. Now, this one, still near Philadelphia, that one's been continuously showing rotation. Is there a closer radar? No. There definitely is not. And likely this radar is going to show us not much. Well, actually, yeah. I would be pretty concerned, actually, with this one. Just east of Philadelphia, probably a pretty good chance that this storm goes tornado warned. It looks about the best that any storm has looked today. I mean, you can literally outline it. If I circle right here, although this is delayed, isn't it? Yeah, it's delayed by about 3 minutes. So if we could actually get an up-to-date velocity image, that would be great. Our velocity's just not updating. Fair enough, I guess. I don't know why that is the case, but still. You have this rotation here, which should match up with our donut hole, but our information is a little delayed. Let me move it back and see if it matches up better now. There we go. Now it matches up better. Right in the center of this is where you have that sort of donut hole. To be honest, if you live near Bogue, Chitto, it might be worth it to consider taking shelter. We've got pretty strong rotation on this cell here, and the fact that it's showing us this little donut hole here shows to me that could be producing a tornado. I would definitely pay that storm the biggest amount of caution. We still have this cell down here near Raleigh that is just trying its absolute hardest to not die out, given how strong the shear is. I think we just have way too much speed shear here. It's killing a lot of our storms that have not gotten fully established yet. Let's go ahead and check. Whoa. Wow. I'll tell you what, credit to Kayla on Twitter, but this is the cold front coming in from Sandusky. Look at that shelf moving off of the lake. You can see Cedar Point right here off on the right. Man, that is impressive. A little bit of clear air up here, and then just this massive shelf cloud moving in. All credit goes to Kayla, who posted that on Twitter. That's quite impressive. Wow. Yeah, best shelf cloud. Honestly, the best picture that I've seen all day today is that one, and that's literally just our cold, rainy, wintry mix setup that we've got going on here. And if you live near Raleigh, though, in between Raleigh and Silverina, man, My stream is having at times it is buffering. Let's see. Man, my stream is having yeah, the stream is not having a good time right now, but that is okay. We're gonna just keep moving forward, and hopefully the stream stays with us the whole time. Right down here, this is our area of rotation. It would be nice to get a velocity update, as we're not really getting. There we go. That's at least a new-ish update. I don't know why YouTube is saying that, as my stream is still going. Okay. There it is. New tornado warning, ladies and gentlemen. New tornado warning has just been issued right here near Bogchito. This is exactly what I said was likely to happen, is that we were going to get a tornado warning here. Like I was saying, if you live near Bogchito all the way out to Shakwalak, this is definitely a concerning storm for you. If we could just keep our updates going here, yeah. Pretty strong inflow with relatively weak rear flank downdraft on the back of this storm, but still enough that is cause for concern for us. And we just had our first new tornado warning in I think about an hour minimum. So we're gonna keep an eye on this. Wow, the correlation coefficient is just so messy from these other storms. It's kind of hard to tell if we even could have a confirmed tornado on radar. It would likely have to show up solely on reflectivity for us to have any idea. Who all is out here? Aaron J. Jack. Yeah, I would have been heading down to this storm personally. Yeah, I mean, if you position yourself there, it really how to chase in Dixie Alley is you really want to position yourself, you know, pretty far northeast of wherever, you know, storms are tracking to, and then the storms will move to you. That's kind of how Dixie works. These real fast, you know, southern, like usually tornadoes down here down south are all kind of just wedge. Even if they're weaker, they're usually kind of weaker, just kind of scuddy, you know, cone wedges. And for the most part, you need to give those type of storms and those type of scenarios a little bit of room. And man, let me check something real quick. Output, because the stream is just really struggling at times here, it seems. But if you live anywhere just east northeast of Bogchito, all the way to Shakwalak, definitely this storm is cause for concern for you. We're looking at a pretty tight couplet. This is probably the tightest area of rotation we've had the entire day. And we'll go ahead and check it on the other radar. Yeah, pretty tight area of rotation. Very strong inflow winds. Pretty weak RFD, but still right here, just east-northeast of Bogchito. Let's go ahead and just map it out. It's about getting about 10 miles east-northeast of Bogchito. You definitely have the chance of a tornado on the ground here. let's go ahead and look at our one storm here near Raleigh. Still has rotation on it, but as what's been the trend the whole day, if it's not a really established thunderstorm, it's gonna struggle. That's for sure. The stream is back to being healthy, so that's very good. We're gonna keep an eye on this one, I guess, considering it is the kind of the only tornado warned storm that we've got going on right now. I mean, heck, we don't even have severe warnings going on out here, so obviously this is the one we're gonna pay attention to. Forgive me while I just... My throat's getting really dry. I've been streaming for almost 3 hours now, so yeah. But here is our rotation. Yeah, this is definitely the most concerning storm out of them all. Now, if one of these storms a little bit farther to the southwest, maybe this storm that I've outlined now for a very long time. If any of these, again, everything south of this, we'll go ahead and just go on to this, just give a better idea. Everywhere that is south, I think pretty much of where this storm is, you have a much cleaner warm sector. A lot more of that cape, that energy is going to be solely just for, that individual storm. So, like, let's say this cell right here ends up ingesting these cells right here. If it gets a little bit of time to have some separation where it doesn't ingest any of these little, this convection down here on the southern end, then there's a good chance that this storm could become the more dominant supercell and produce a tornado. But we haven't seen anything today that has looked like very indicative of at least a strong tornado. We could have possibly had a tornado or two earlier, but we're not seeing anything that looks indicative of definitely a strong tornado. Just trying to stay focused here with my coffee. And the girl did not, she did not put enough in there, because that's very strong, and I don't like it. But you got to do what you got to do to stay focused. Now, one of these cells back here could also become a more dominant cell. We're seeing some lightning bolts popping up down here, which could indicate that the storm is starting to gain strength. The fact that we're getting no lightning around this cell is telling me that probably a good chance we're not really going to be seeing this cell producing anytime soon. We'll go ahead and flip back over to this radar, which should give us a little bit of a closer angle to this. Still a very tight area of rotation. We actually have a chaser. Who is this? Aaron J-Jack is practically right on this. If anybody's going to be seeing this, whether there's a tornado on the ground or not, it will definitely be Aaron J-Jack. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can... Aaron J-Jack. We are following him. Is he live right now? Aaron J-Jack is actively live. Obviously, I can't show his stream. But most definitely, he should be right there. Oh, well, wait a minute. It just updated. He's gone. Aaron is gone. Actually, what happened? Where is he? There he is. Okay. Well, he's located on the highway out here, so he's not as close as I initially thought. I think he's just sitting on the highway waiting for that storm to approach. So we're going to go ahead and just leave that other tab open. while hopefully our stream stays nice and healthy. Yeah, the road from Macon to Aliceville takes you through, yeah. Yep, I think that Marcus Reynolds, another chaser that I follow, makes a good point. Man, what radar is he looking at to see that? I do not see that strong of a couplet. Some people posted on Twitter a much stronger couplet than what I am seeing. I don't know what radar they're looking at it from. Granted, I mean, this is still a strong couplet. It's plenty strong enough. Angled directly at the radar. So, definitely a good chance we've got a tornado actively on the ground right here near DeKalb, just north of DeKalb, northwest of Scuba, heading towards Shuqualak, I believe, Shuqualak, here in Mississippi. And you can see, look at this. For the first time all day, we have a storm here that has an established updraft, and there is limited showers down here to actually impede that updraft. So literally the problem that has been occurring all day, that has been stopping these storms from developing, at least for this specific supercell, you can see there's not really all that much of rain showers for that storm to ingest. Oh yeah, that was okay. So Aaron J. Jack, we're gonna pop back over to his stream real quick. He's got to be looking. Where is he facing? He's got to be looking to the southeast, I would imagine. Let's see. He's sitting right here, isn't he? Yes, Aaron J. Jack. He's sitting right there, just south of where that rotation should take a track pretty much right through Shuqualak. And Aaron should probably be I would probably drive back north and try to follow it. Yeah, they just, the tornado continues. It's not a confirmed tornado. But very well could become a confirmed tornado if we get any indications here. Let's go ahead and check. Yeah, no, it's not. What am I looking for here? I forgot what I wanted to even look at, to be completely honest. But anyways, Shuqualak, you should definitely be underground if you live near Macon, Mississippi as well. Yeah, it's definitely concerning for you, that's for sure. Let's not forget that we had some storms down here, down in the southern area that did have good promise to them, and hopefully we can see some of those here. Here's our cell that's been absolutely fighting for its life here near Montrose. For the last hour, this cell has struggled mightily, really. I can't believe how much it's actually struggled to fight off that strong shear and actually maintain an updraft. We're likely going to get an inkling of whether there's a tornado on the ground here very soon. We have a lot of chasers here, so we've got some broad-based rotation here on this storm, and really that's about it. We've got maybe 3-4 cells that have the possibility. We have this cell here near Macon. We have this cell here near Montrose. This cell here, which is very messy, and I don't think it has nearly as much of a chance as like this cell down here to the south, near what is just east of Georgetown. So we're gonna go back over here to where this tornado warning is, though. We still have a pretty tight couplet. We can see this storm is still avoiding, at least to a degree. It looks like actually the rotation followed a more direct east tract. Let's go ahead and get a view of this. I don't know why I am unable to see this moving as well. Will it do it with something else? Okay, yes it will. Now we'll switch back to velocity and try to loop it with velocity. There it is. Okay. So still a pretty strong couplet here, and I think all these chasers are probably going to move back north a little bit. Looks like Aaron has a view of a pretty nice base, that's for sure. Let's see if he's saying anything. Obviously, I can't necessarily stream his stream, but let's see. Let's see what we can get. Okay, he is currently not saying anything. But we do have Aaron J. Jack is just south of this storm. Very, very nice looking meso on it. Lots of scud rising into it. Okay, so Aaron cannot confirm any ground rotation, but we're going to keep that on the side. It's a pretty tight couplet here. I mean, that's the tightest area of rotation we've seen all day. Whoops. Our correlation coefficient's not gonna help us right now, so we're just gonna keep Aaron's stream up. Hopefully he is driving north, I hope. Because why would he be driving south? That's a good question. I think it's still off to his left. Yeah, he's pulling off. Well, I think we're going to get an idea here pretty soon. Okay, not much is being said, really. Okay, so it looks like he's approaching from the south, kind of driving north along this highway, and the supercell is just passing in front of him. He was looking at an area of some pretty strong rotation with some scud. I think the main question is it on the ground? Is it on the ground? That's still what we're wondering here. I'm checking his stream. Obviously, I'm not allowed to stream his stream because that's not allowed. But this might be the one storm of the day that's capable of doing it. It doesn't have much in the realm of these smaller thunderstorms to impede its inflow. So I would imagine if there was a storm today that was going to produce, it would probably be this one. From what I'm seeing, though, he has no visual on any tornado. Yeah, he has no visual on any tornado here, but I would be treating this as if it were a tornado on the ground, for sure. This storm definitely... Okay. Well, we cannot confirm any tornadoes with that. I think Brandon Kopik is also on this. I'm sorry, I'm being very silent. I'm trying to figure out what really is going on here. Well, Brandon Kopik's stream is not working. Now here for a minute, he had what looked like a pretty good view. Huh. Okay. He is just parked on the side of the road now. Yeah, I think some of these storms are kind of avoiding the boundary, and that's what is part of the problem. Yeah, the deep south is taking over. Oh, new tornado warning just was issued. Wow, I did not see that one. I did not see that one coming. That is my bad. New tornado warning issued. This is for Beaverton, Winfield. I believe Winfield just had a tornado not that long ago, actually. So you guys are familiar with this scenario. Make sure to be getting underground as soon as possible if you live anywhere within the path of this. Let's get an idea of where that rotation really is. So I think it's more about this area right here. I think that's more or less the area of concern. Yeah, based on what I'm looking at right here on this, it's probably somewhere in this range. So either way, please take cover if you're within let's see, what are the areas affected by this? So this is southeastern Marion County, northwestern Fayette County, and northern Lamar County in central Alabama. So now we actually have 2 tornado warnings. This is for the first time today that we actually have 2 active warnings at the same time, as we're really starting to get actually some much more supercellular structure present in some of these storms. Some of these storms could start to ramp up now at this point. Well, let's see. We do have some weak rotation on this storm down here near Mendenhall. I would definitely be just a little bit cause for concerns. We do have a little bit of a tail on that storm. Not so much a hook, but a little bit of a tail. we will be watching this one as well near Newton, possibly. Yeah, let's go ahead and go back up here. Let's focus on the active warnings. As we do have for the first time today, like I said, actually 2 active warnings at the same time. We actually do have a little bit of a hole present right here in our reflectivity. That could be a sign that we do actually have a tornado on the ground. Now, if we did, it would be very hard to tell from correlation coefficient because, well, it's just an absolute mess right now. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and just keep an eye on these. This one is much more of a broad area of rotation, but I think looking at the reflectivity kind of gives us an idea that you know, it might look a little bit more menacing than what the yeah, I would focus definitely on like the southern ball end of this. That's probably where you could have a tornado. Let's see, where is our front at? Because our front is going to come in and undercut these storms soon enough. So here's our front back here. We can easily see that. So it's still pretty far off, actually. Yeah, I mean the front, it looks like it's still pretty far, like back here. Yeah, for sure, back in that part. Oh wow. Okay, yeah, I definitely think we need to be concerned about this storm here near Shuqualak, heading towards Memphis. Is that Alabama? Memphis, Alabama. Yes, so this is still radar indicated rotation. This passed near a lot of spotters. No, okay, we just had a report come in. Funnel cloud nearly to the ground, 3 miles east of Macon. So that should be right now. Tornado almost to the ground near Macon. While we are just... We're getting our 2 panel is struggling to work with us right now. But here we go. So we can still see the rotation present on the radar for both of these storms. And actually, where you're getting some more of this inflow converging with this this sort of outflow-ish storm, you could get a tornado anywhere kind of along this line right here. So probably focusing more on this zone right here. Basically, if you live in the Winfield area and Ginn, anywhere from here, basically from Beaverton to Winfield, you guys are under the gun, under an active tornado warning. If you live near Memphis, Alabama, if you know anybody who lives there, if you're watching the stream right now or something, let them know, send them the stream, you know, whatever you can do to try to you know, let them know and assist them. Please do. The fact that we just got a report in that there was a funnel cloud almost to the ground on this storm here near Memphis, Alabama, makes me think that there will likely be another tornado warning extended for this this one. Let's go ahead and check our surface observations. So we do have some meager dew points actually down here a little bit farther in southern Alabama. And I think that's what's actually helping our storm is our storms is that they don't have to fight with all this other baby convection that is kind of preventing, you know, the unimpeded inflow. But anyways, yeah, if you are in the Winfield or the Beaverton area within that range, you really got to take cover, because this does have a very supercellular shape to it. And we probably can't see anything on correlation coefficient. No, nothing very discernible. So, we still have a lot of chasers down here. Let's go ahead and see if Mr. Aaron J. Jack. Let's see. Yeah, so he's not actively live streaming right now. I would expect this tornado warning to be extended into Alabama. I don't know why it has yet to be extended, to be completely honest. But there it is. It just got extended. It hasn't shown up on our radar scope yet, but it will here in just about a minute. Let's see. Oh, just south of this, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tagged on it. This is near Tucker. It does look like we have some, darker, more bluish color along with some green color here. So I understand why that warning was issued. Trying to get as many updates as I possibly can, and here's the extended new tornado warning here, just again for radar indicated rotation. If you live in Pickens County in west central Alabama, so that would be from Memphis to Carrollton, Reform, you guys are under the gun for a tornado warning. And still Winfield, in the Winfield area, you guys are under the gun also for a tornado warning. Hopefully we can get some more updated radar data here very soon. I'm trying to see if I can find any information, any updated information that might show us. That does not help us. Let's go ahead and get an idea of what's going on with some of these cells down here. Wow, I don't like the look of that cell. And this southern cell definitely has the chance. I think that's the one we've been watching for quite a while. Yeah, that cell definitely has a chance. I understand why they issued the warning here. I think down here near Union, you're also under the gun for the chance of possibly a brief tornado. We've got multiple areas of rotation here. This is not good. This is when you start to say, oh, well, kind of this outbreak is coming to fruition now. Okay. So yeah, near Mendenhall, I actually would expect that if we get a little bit brighter contour on the reds here, chances are we probably get a tornado warning issued on this storm as well. I don't see why not, because it definitely has rotation. We'll go ahead and go back up here and look at some of these, the active tornado warned ones. Wow, that actually is quite the hook that's in place on this supercell near Memphis, Alabama. This one up here just northwest of Winfield heading towards Ginn. You definitely have the chance of seeing a tornado right here as well. I mean, heck, where we see some of this color right here, there's a chance that that could have been a brief touchdown of a tornado there. No way to confirm it, as this is still just radar indicated. But, yeah, that doesn't really give us much of a picture. So we could have had a brief tornado on the ground just southeast of Beaverton, southwest of Ginn, and just directly west of Winfield. We do have the possibility of an active tornado here near Memphis, Alabama. Wow, we got a pretty strong. I mean, look at the hook in place on that storm. That's pretty incredible. It lines up perfectly with. You can see the inflow is just flowing right into here. Here's your rear flank downdraft. That storm, I think, is probably the most cause for concern. It looks like it's probably going to maintain a pretty strong storm for quite some time. Definitely cause for concern back here near Tucker as well, just east southeast of Philadelphia. Wow, I need to wake my brain up. It looks like we might have finally got this this outbreak actually underway at this point now. Obviously that's not a good thing, but I can bet that chances are we probably did have at least one tornado occur here somewhere. Yeah. Yes. Multiple rotating cells. Yes. I see all of that. Okay. So here's our rotation here near Memphis. It's actually just remaining at the same strength as. It actually looks like it got a little bit stronger on the latest run here. You can see that inflow just flying in right here. And then you have your outflow, your rear flank downdrafts coming on the back of it. And look at how perfectly that lines up with the hook of our storm. Like, here you go. You can see this is wind that is going inside of the storm. This is the wind that is moving out. And if you look on our reflectivity, that matches up perfectly with what we're seeing. You have the clear air right here. And then your RFD, which hooks around the backside of the storm. Winfield, you may have, or just west of Winfield, you may have just had a confirmed tornado go through. We don't know for certain if that did occur, but definitely there was a chance of it occurring there. Near Tucker and Bogue Chitto, just east, or Bogue Chitto. I guess it is Chitto, isn't it? Bogue Chitto. Just, I should say, southeast and northeast of Philadelphia, you do have two areas of rotation right here and right here. So you guys need to be cautious as well of your current situation. And I do think once we get some of this this lower level precipitation out of the atmosphere, then some of these cells are going to start to go crazy. Especially right here, this one near Tucker definitely has the chance. It has the same look that this one here near Memphis, Alabama did. That eventually went on to at least try to produce a tornado. We will stay on this radar for now. Trying to get velocity updates, but Storm is just not, technology is just not really wanting to agree with me right now. There's our velocity. You can see our area of rotation right here. Wow. This actually, I would bet that there's a good chance this has actually produced a tornado, at least at some point within the last few minutes. Let's see. Stas reported that there's a tornado on the ground near Memphis, Alabama. Funnel cloud east of Macon, Mississippi. That was a while ago. That was about 5. Yeah, you can see the area of rotation right here. Man, we are just... The radar is just not wanting to work with us, is it? Correlation coefficient. Okay, thank you. Okay, we cannot confirm anything as of yet. This is obviously very suspicious, but I'm pretty sure that that is just a digital glitch, which, yes, it looks like it was most likely just a digital glitch. So that this warning will likely be expiring pretty soon. I would not be surprised to see another warning popping up here near Macon. Looks like we're starting to get that a look of what could be an outbreak over the next coming hour or so. Yeah, so very clear funnel cloud east of Macon, Mississippi. We have Stas reporting a tornado on the ground near Memphis, Alabama. So we will see as they have updated that warning a little bit. We're not getting as updated information on velocity. I hope that we can continue to get updated info. I'm gonna keep trying to update it. Let's see if we could just get some newer information, please. Let's try to play it. Let's see what we get. Yeah, okay, so that's as new information as we have. But man, look at the hook on this storm right here. I don't blame well, not that I would say I don't blame Stas for saying confirmed tornado, but I believe Stas if he's saying confirmed tornado, given how much of an inflow cut we have on this storm. Yep, you can see the rotation right there. Here's our inflow just absolutely flying into the storm. We've got our outflow, or our rear flanking downdraft moving around the other side. And from what we are getting reports on Twitter, that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is near Carrollton, Alabama. We're seeing pictures coming in that there's another wall cloud here near Macon as well, or a funnel cloud, I should say. And we'll see if this does end up becoming a confirmed tornado. Alright. My apologies, I had to just eat something real quick. I haven't really had time to eat much of anything. We can see the storm near Macon has a what could be a little bit of what looks like maybe an inflow notch right here, which matches up with what we're seeing on velocity. We got a new radar scan here for our storm near Carrollton. Carrollton, you have to be underground right now. That's not a joke. You should be underground right now. From what we're hearing is that there's a confirmed tornado. There's a circulation just southeast of Philadelphia as well, which is right here. Oh wow, actually a pretty tight circulation. Following almost the same track that this storm did. Probably going to be tracking into a very similar environment. You can actually see the supercellular structure on this storm whenever we zoom it out. The rotation right here. And then obviously you have your downdraft of the storm. But yeah, this is where our tornado would be located. Please, if you know somebody in Carrollton, if you live in Carrollton, Alabama, I would recommend taking shelter right now. All right. We are still tracking what looks like it may be an ongoing tornado. I would say that probably is an ongoing tornado near Carrollton, Alabama. Very good chance that this is on the ground. I would be surprised if it's not. Yeah, I would be. I would be very surprised if that doesn't eventually. Okay. We're going to keep watching this for the potential of them updating this to be a confirmed tornado. Okay, we've got two people here. We got, oh, Brandon Lane. He's right on that. Wow, he's right on that. When was that last update? 4:41. It is 4:50. He should have had plenty of time to position himself to hopefully get his eyes on this tornado here. So we'll watch Brandon Lane as well. I actually have interacted with Brandon Lane before, somebody who I am following here, a storm chaser from Indiana. We're going to go ahead and just keep an eye on it. I would bet that that is producing a tornado, though. I can't see how that is not producing a tornado here in Carrollton. If we get another update on the radar and it looks even stronger than this, I would say that, yeah, this is most likely a confirmed tornado. Alright, well, if Brandon managed to get a video or a picture, I hope he's able to get it out soon. This is still not a confirmed tornado. Although I am almost certain at this point that this was on the ground. Yeah, I would say that there's a pretty good chance that this was on the ground. Give me 1 second, guys, to just get my eyes. I've been staring at the computer the last 4 hours straight streaming, so this has been definitely the longest stream I've ever done. And I mean, good lord, we've only had what has it been now? 1, 2 This is only maybe our 5th tornado warning. So probably this could be the first and only tornado of the whole day if some of this starts to downtrend. But we are seeing some other areas of rotation, like down here near Philadelphia. We're seeing much more supercellular structure in place, which would mean that our event is not really over yet. So Brandon Kopik is there. Stas is there. Wonder, why did Brandon go all the way up there? Why not just... Oh lord, this was 4:52. I guess this is more accurate with real time. At 4:52, current time's 4:54. So this is more accurate. I keep forgetting that our velocity is delayed slightly because of because you know, that's what happens, right? Although we do have a new velocity picture right here. Wow, so Brandon Lane is likely encountering some pretty strong winds. possibility that he's encountering near tornado force winds from the inflow or the rear flank of this storm. Yeah. Hopefully we can get another update on this soon, or if we can get information whether or not this is a confirmed tornado. Brandon reports a large wall cloud. He can't really get a good view. Let's go ahead and make sure that we don't have any other tornado warnings active. We do not. We kind of have this large area of outflow, and then on the southern end you actually have some inflow clashing with that outflow, which is causing our tornado warning here. Usually whenever you have kind of like a linear storm like this, the southern end is where you can get that that rotation. So I'm watching Aaron J. Jack's live stream. Looks like the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new tornado watch. And that includes central Alabama. And they have taken off the tag for the possibility of seeing intense tornadoes. It's not up on the Storm Prediction Center yet, but it will be very soon. Okay. Still no way to confirm that there's a tornado actively on the ground with this storm. We just know that Gordo, you need to take cover now. Man, those people are just directly in it, practically. Okay, one of these is gonna load, and it will fix everything. Here we go. Now will you load? It's still stuck. Okay, you know what? We'll flip-flop it. There we go. It's backwards now, but it hurts my brain, but still. So we have strong inflow. This is our rear flank downdraft here. Okay. Only the left one works, apparently. Huh. Okay, well, we have an idea. that possibility of a confirmed tornado. Is that a new tornado warning? Yep, new tornado warning has just been issued. It's an extension of the current one. Yet again, radar indicated rotation. This is probably one of the better storms that we're probably going to see the whole day. Maybe even the best storm that we're going to see the whole day. You can see there's a little bit, actually a little bit more of that, those little rain showers popping up, which might hurt this storm in the near term, but it is far enough away that I think it will not affect this storm as much as it has affected previous storms. So this warning is for Tuscaloosa County, actually. So this is just north of Tuscaloosa. If you live off of the highway that runs straight north out of Tuscaloosa, you need to be in your shelter at this point, as a pretty large area of relatively strong rotation is moving through this moving through town. We got to keep an eye on some of these southern ones as well. No other tornado warnings, so this might be the tornado of the day. And it likely will go confirmed at some point if we see any pictures. Do we have the new watch on here yet? No, we don't. I think the Storm Prediction Center is just faking me out. They didn't actually issue a watch. I was going to say not including Tuscaloosa, the actual city, but yeah, actually I think it's a pretty good chance. Where is this watch that I'm seeing on Twitter? It's just not here. I don't know. We definitely have to keep an eye on this, though. I mean, there is a little bit of correlation coefficient here. I don't know. That is tough. But you can see the supercell structure in this storm. If I kind of highlight the red, yeah, that is a supercell right there. Very, very strong, but somewhat broad area of rotation. What usually happens, though, whenever you have these broad areas of rotation, they start out broad and then they tighten up to a degree. If this storm manages to tighten up, it looks like it might actually be one of those long track tornadoes. If it's a big if it does manage to keep doing it. Dun, 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 dun. I just want to know if it's confirmed or not. I'm trying to get as much information as I possibly can, but obviously information travels quick, but it's not always that quick. Now, I don't know why it says 0. It doesn't make sense. But anything else? Alright. Well, we're just waiting to see if this will go confirmed. If we get any spotter reports, I will definitely treat this as confirmed. There's a little subtle area of rotation just to the southwest of this storm. Here in northeastern Ohio, it is absolutely dumping the rain. I don't know if you can hear it outside, but man, it is absolutely pouring. And we still have a very nice area of inflow and rear flank downdraft on this storm. This is probably going to maintain having a tornado vortex signature for quite a while. And I am, I guess, somewhat surprised that none of these like southern storms near Scuba or something have not managed to go tornado warned as of yet. But yeah, still no confirmation. We're waiting to see. Let's check correlation coefficient. I don't know. That feels like to me there's a good chance that that's a confirmed tornado. I don't know. It could just be hail though in the downdraft region of the storm. Pretty major uptick in lightning though. Look at all the lightning that's popping up here. Oh, lots of lightning. Wow. Okay. If this storm has not produced, there's a good chance it's going to produce either now or very soon. Pretty major uptick in lightning. We got a lot of lightning bolts popping up here on the map. It's a good chance this thing either has already produced, which according to Stas is chasing on Twitter. According to him, it already did produce. And then according to Brandon, just about 10-15 minutes ago, he could not confirm ground rotation, but a very large wall cloud was present. So actually, the outflow from this linear system could end up kind of pushing into this inflow, and it could cause more of a spin up tornado. And actually, new tornado warning now on the northern side of where this outflow convergence is. This would be along this entire width of this outflow convergence, heading directly towards Parrish. Let's go ahead and check it out. So this is for central Walker County, north central Tuscaloosa County, and southeastern Fayette County. Again, this is for this entire broad area of convergence, right? So we have outflowing winds, then we have inflow that's flowing back towards the storm, with the potential of a tornado occurring anywhere within this range. Also, that outflow, like we had initially thought, might cause some problems here with this storm. I would say right here, though, there is a chance of seeing a tornado. However, we can see, looking at the reflectivity, that the proper location for the tornado would probably be located a little bit farther south. So not looking nearly as good as it once was. And here's our new tornado watch, right? Pose a tornado and damaging wind threat. So I really thought this storm was going to put down a tornado that was going to last for some time, and it looks like it might have actually put down a tornado. To be completely honest with you, This correlation coefficient has kind of tracked with the storm as it's moved. So there's a good chance it did actually produce there, at least momentarily. The real question is whether or not it really did. And actually, this is looking more and more favorable for producing. Of course, we have to mess with this a little bit. Yeah, this is looking more and more favorable for producing pretty much right here. Right here. This is just, let's see, 5 miles directly south of Barry. Right here in this range. Looks like we have a pretty good chance of a tornado here. We've got some strong rear flanking winds on this storm with some inflow still. So still the possibility of a tornado here, but we're not seeing the long track tornadoes that we initially expected to see. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire. This is all radar indicated rotations. Let's go ahead and look at correlation coefficient. I think if we see something showing up on correlation coefficient, again for this southern one, there's a good chance we had a confirmed tornado on the ground. We just cannot see it because it just does not work. I don't know. That is very hard to tell. I actually think the best chance for a tornado is right here for sure. That's a pretty. I mean, the overall rotation is broad, but where we have this couplet, there is fairly strong wind moving in either direction here, which is causing that that tornado warning. That's what prompted that warning. Oh yeah, that's probably, there might be 2 tornadoes on the ground here. There's a chance we could have 2 tornadoes on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. I would venture to say at least one of these is on the ground. I mean, look at this right here. Unless that is a digital glitch, that's probably the tightest couplet we've seen all day. Hopefully I can actually get reflectivity to function and show us a full loop. There it goes. Yeah, at least the northernmost area of rotation, I would venture to say that there is a confirmed tornado on that one. Definitely treat every warning as such, but especially this one to the north. There is most likely a tornado on the ground, especially if we get another update and it's even stronger than this. We start to get some of those blue colors touching along with this yellow. Yeah, chances are we would have a tornado on the ground. Just gonna wait for the next update, and hopefully we can get some more info here. Yeah, that's probably a tornado on the ground. I would be very surprised if that was not a tornado on the ground. Yeah, I would venture to say that that is rain-wrapped, probably worst case scenario, tornado on the ground. You can see it's fully rain-wrapped here. Wow, that has to be a tornado on the ground. I mean, there's no way it's not. Well, I did just say a little bit ago that the event looked like it busted, and that we didn't see any of those strong tornadoes I was talking about. So maybe I spoke too soon. But especially if you live Oakman Parish, Cordova, Dora, Summerton, Sipsey, you guys need to be taking shelter right now because this is likely an ongoing tornado. I can't see a way that this is not a tornado on the ground. Is this that? Yeah, tour possible on this severe warning down here near Mount Olive in Taylorsville, Mississippi. This has to be a tornado on the ground. I cannot see a way that this is not on the ground. Yeah, I think the one near Mount Olive, actually, I think should be tornado warned, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, that should definitely be tornado warned. Yeah, that should probably be tornado warned. I would have a tornado warning on this one near Mount Olive, for sure. Actually, I think that's probably a confirmed tornado. That probably is a tornado on the ground. We've been seeing all day that correlation coefficient has kind of given us some false hits, but I think in this scenario it is correct. We probably have a tornado on the ground. Let me circle it, and that matches up almost perfectly. They're just 1 minute off. So yeah, I think we have a tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado, everybody. Oh, yeah, confirmed tornado on this storm as well. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes. 2 confirmed tornadoes. Yeah, 100% a confirmed tornado on this storm. I'm going to go ahead and take a screen grab of this real quick. Actually, wait, can I just... This is definitely a confirmed tornado, everybody. Oh, shoot. Alright, we probably have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Likely right now. Wow, yeah, I mean, this tornado, yeah, confirmed tornado, so this is a particularly dangerous situation. They should be issuing a tornado warning down here in Mount Olive. I'm almost certain that we have a tornado on the ground there in Mount Olive as well. Oh gosh, I don't know where that's saved to. Hang on 1 second, guys. Okay, we are good. We are good. Wait, there it is. Okay. Where did that go? Okay. Documents. Oh, yeah. A large, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. Yeah, we have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Okay, now let me do this. Alright, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now. This is north of Tuscaloosa, just directly north of Tuscaloosa. This tornado is likely completely rain-wrapped. Not likely. It is completely rain-wrapped. The Storm Prediction Center has put out a particularly dangerous situation, which is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado, as visible debris was lofted up into the air. We're looking at 2 tornado warnings. We also have a severe warning with a tornado possible, and what I believe is actually a confirmed tornado down here. The National Weather Service has not even put a tornado warning on this, but I am almost certain that this was a very brief tornado. If we can move the run back just a little bit, we can see right here. There is some correlation coefficient that's being picked up. So this is likely a confirmed tornado. We are now at the point where I think this is probably as bad as it gets. If I can make a judgment. This is probably about as bad as today will get. We can see the rotation here. Once it eventually loads. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, just southeast of Barrie. We were on this actually well before this happened. Yeah, particularly dangerous situation. The tornado warning down here. We did have 2 very tight couplets, 2 very tight areas of rotation. We have another storm actually down south down here that is also throwing up a bit of a CC droplet right there. Let's go ahead and see what that looks like on reflectivity. Because depending on what that looks like on reflectivity, this could also be producing a tornado down here near Geiger. Here it is, though, ladies and gentlemen. This is the outbreak right here that we are watching. Just east of Barrie here, you can see the rotation. We'll flip over here to correlation coefficient, and if we go back even just 1 frame, you can see that very strong tornado that was on the ground, lofting debris. Wow, rather impressive, to be quite honest. That's for February. That's probably going to be the strongest tornado of the year so far. The debris ball was over 1.5 miles wide. So please, everybody, take your tornado precautions. And that just goes to show you how quickly an outflow boundary like that can actually become rotation and produce a tornado. And if this does end up falling apart, then we do have this down here, which still has rotation, and will probably cycle again and have the chance of producing another tornado. So yeah, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Please take cover now. So we're watching this outbreak unfold. I hope that everybody was as safe as they possibly could. It's definitely concerning whenever you see velocity that strong, especially on the rear flank, whereas today we've been mainly seeing a lot of more inflow dominant storms. So seeing the velocity couplet that this storm had on it was rather impressive and quite honestly scary. Whenever I saw this couplet right here, that was the scary moment. That's kind of whenever you know that it's likely there's an active tornado on the ground, and there's not much you can do. You feel kind of powerless, to the situation. So yeah, this is a particularly dangerous situation, though. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. We're going to try to keep up with this. There is a chance that this could have lifted. And if it did, that does not mean that it could not touch back down. So please stay in your shelters as long as you possibly can. Just wait for this to pass, please, especially if you live in Oakman and Parish. Oakman and Parish. If any of you know anybody who live in Oakman, anybody who lives in Parish, then please give them a call, send them this live feed, whatever you can do to let them know that this is actively happening, because this is definitely concerning. Yeah, this is, they have removed the particularly dangerous situation warning from this, but I would still treat this as a confirmed tornado, at least for a little bit longer. If you live in Oakman and Parish, please stay underground. You do not want to, mess around with this and think like, well, the rotation's not as bad or as strong, or it's not really showing lofted debris anymore. It's fine that I can come out of my basement or come out of my house. Please do not do that. Take every warning seriously, especially when we have wind shear like we do today. Obviously, there's a chance for some stronger tornadoes possible. So, as evident by what we just saw. And like I was saying earlier, these tornadoes can occur very quickly. They can spin up very rapidly, and I think that's why we need to treat even severe thunderstorm warnings. Treat them seriously. Quite honestly, this storm down here, I would have a tornado warning on it. That's just my personal opinion. The National Weather Service, they know what they're doing, so I'm entrusting in them that they're doing the right things. But you can very clearly see here there is rotation, and we do have a chaser who is on this, Matthew Payzant. So there's a good chance that if there is a tornado, he's practically right inside of it. Wow, that was just a couple minutes ago too. Yeah, he's right on top of it. Let's go ahead and get a look from this radar again. Try to get it to load. We've been having problems all day with the dual panel just not wanting to load for us. So now it looks like our rotation is starting to become a little bit more broad. Yeah, a little bit more broad, a little bit more messy. So it's likely that we no longer have a tornado on the ground here. And if we look at correlation coefficient, there is a little bit of some CC droplets right here. However, that could be lining up with some hail falling in the downdraft portion of our supercell. So, I mean, still treat both of these warnings as if it is a confirmed tornado, and take every warning as serious as you possibly can. We have some insane amounts of wind shear today, and strong tornadoes are definitely within the picture, and we would have seen a lot more strong tornadoes today if it wasn't for a lot of that lower level, those more smaller elevated thunderstorms that were firing in the warm sector, taking away some of that energy, and then also being engulfed by the larger supercells, and those smaller cells would then choke out the larger cells. So there's a very good chance, right? You see here we have a very like outflow dominant setup here. There's a very good chance that as the storm advances farther to the east, then this becomes tilted more this way, and we get a little bit more of that hook at the southern end of this again. There's a very good chance this storm could cycle and put down another tornado very easily. So where are we at here? Yeah, see, I think this line of cells right here is pretty concerning, all the way from Columbia north up to I'm trying to look for notable areas. I guess Sosa, Laurel, yeah, all of these cells here I'm very concerned about, especially this one here near Taylorsville. But if you look, the one near Bassfield has some embedded rotation. The one near Taylorsville is very clearly an embedded supercell. You can see the structure of it. And then you even have some embedded rotation here near Collins. Now, this does not mean that they're going to 100% go on to produce tornadoes, but looking at the correlation coefficient, I feel very strongly that we did have a confirmed tornado that went unwarned southwest of Taylorsville near Mount Olive. But there's not much we can really do about that now. The main focus is that these cells here are definitely of concern, especially because look at how open the warm sector is ahead of them, which means they're going to have very, very free, very open inflow to just feed off of, which will likely keep the updrafts pretty well ventilated and not allow those storms to collapse in on each other. You can still see we have rotation here. I'm surprised they have not reintroduced a warning on this southern portion of this cell, as we this outbreak will likely be coming to an end here within the next probably hour or so. I would not be surprised to see that this outbreak would be finished within the next hour. Alright, well, here where I live in Ohio, we are starting to have the sun going down just slightly. It has been absolutely dumping the rain, and as a matter of fact, a majority of our snowpacks are almost entirely gone, meaning that we've got almost no snow left here. So especially areas where the snow was not piled up, if it was just on your lawn or something, then it's all melted away. But yeah, so we're still looking here at some broad rotation. This is all the way from Cordova in Alabama, all the way down just northwest of North Johns. So this whole area could tighten up. Anywhere along this entire region could tighten up and produce a tornado very rapidly. We just saw that with the tornado that went through just south of Barry. As a matter of fact, we actually have a little bit of rotation occurring back here in this sort of little embedded cell. We do have a new tornado warning, ladies and gentlemen. New tornado warning. This is near Gainesville. This is not the cell I was talking about earlier, actually. We'll see if we can get a better view of this cell from the different radar. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at this. This is for northern Greene County in west central Alabama, northern Sumter County in west central Alabama. So we now have 3 active tornado warnings and a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible. Very well could have a tornado here. Wall cloud, very low rotation. Okay, so that's one of the first actually helpful spotter network reports we've had the entire day, actually. And this storm is in a pretty good position as well. You can see not a ton of convection is going to be impeding it at this point. As long as it can establish an updraft, it's going to track into an area with pretty favorable wind shear. And this could go on to produce as well another confirmed tornado, as we've already had, I believe, 2 or 3 at this point. The southern warning looks like it has been allowed to expire, so we had 3 warnings for about 4 or 5 minutes, and it looks like this is no longer a confirmed tornado, right? Yes. Let's go ahead and move back to this radar, as this storm will be moving towards this radar anyways, even though it is kind of somewhat out of range. Even though they took away the warning on the southern end, I want you to look at the reflectivity for this cell. This has a very supercellular shape right here. So I would not be surprised to see somewhere within this range, specifically on the southern end, I would not be surprised if we saw another tornado come out of this. And there it is. They just issued a new tornado warning on that storm that I actively had highlighted. We can see here, this is just radar indicated rotation, and the rotation, or these tornadoes, are moving east at 70 miles an hour, which is absolutely cranking. That is very fast, almost impossible to keep up with. And now we're really into it now. Would have been very soon. Cool. Okay. Wow, we got very, very strong inflow here with a pretty strong rear flank downdraft. I would not be surprised to see this become another confirmed tornado. Very, very high likelihood that this becomes another confirmed tornado. All it would take is one more radar update, and just for this to become a little bit more concentrated into a smaller area, and we would definitely say that there's a confirmed tornado there. As of right now, we have nothing on the correlation coefficient. We do have a bit of a correlation coefficient spike actually for this storm that is near Union, but no confirmed warning on it yet. No confirmed warning on it yet. We do have to watch some of these cells down here south near Sosa, Laurel, Heidelberg, Mississippi. These all look pretty good on radar and have a chance of becoming tornado warned. So there's a chance we could have more tornado warned storms on the way. As we are still watching this outbreak unfold here. Near West Jefferson, Graysville, Brookside, Gardendale, we are watching this tornado warning, which is currently not confirmed, but all it would take is for this rotation, instead of being broad, to be a little bit tighter, right? This is running just north of Birmingham, Alabama. And what we're looking at, so this is our velocity, for anybody who does not know. This shows us wind speed inside of a supercell, or inside of a thunderstorm. So the reds and the yellow pinkish colors is wind moving away from our radar. The greens and the bluish teal colors is wind moving towards the radar. So obviously we have wind moving away, wind moving towards. This is our area of rotation right here. And you can actually see that on this side here. If we look right here, like, there is a bit of a hook on this storm, and usually that's what happens whenever you have strong rotation. You have a tornado on the ground. Usually there's a hook. This does not actively have a tornado on the ground, at least not from what I can see right now. But we're going to keep monitoring this. If you know anybody who lives in Alabama, if you yourself live in Alabama, be aware you've got some very nasty weather headed your way, especially if you live near the Birmingham area. If you know anybody who lives near the Birmingham area, then please text them, let them know. You could even send them this live feed so that way they also are on here watching live what is actually happening. We are kind of having another area of rotation actually just behind this too. If you look, there's a bit of rotation right here, with this little cell right here that is coming in behind these two tornado warned storms. So obviously this is an environment which is conducive for producing tornadoes. So there is a chance that this cell as well could strengthen even more and also have a chance of producing tornadoes. There you go. We just seen even stronger reds are showing up now at this point. The shear, actually, the inflow that is going into this storm is very, very strong, and all it would take is if this storm, if this rotation just tightened a little bit, and we would probably have a tornado on the ground. Let's go ahead and look back down here near Union. This is pretty far away from our radar, so that's why it's harder to actually see what's going on here. But we do have rotation just a couple miles southwest of Union. You guys need to be taking cover, as well as a couple severe thunderstorm warnings down here near Taylorsville, Mount Olive, Heidelberg, Mississippi. You guys are under the gun too, as this is a severe thunderstorm warning that also has a tornado possible to it. I know there's a lot of people that don't know that exists, but it does, and you guys are under the gun for it. So we're gonna keep watching this cell near West Jefferson. This has been the most impressive storm of the day. It already has produced 2 tornadoes, and it looks like it might be gearing up to produce the 3rd tornado. Let's go ahead and see if we have any information as to okay, there's a picture of a cell with some pretty strong rotation here in near Tuscaloosa, Alabama, which is now tracking just north of Birmingham. We're going to just keep looking. Okay. I'm gonna keep you guys updated as much as I possibly can. Oh shoot, yeah. This storm near Union actually is tracking directly towards Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, you guys need to be very aware this is tracking directly towards you. It does not mean you're going to be hit by a tornado. It just means you need to be aware that a tornado-warned storm is tracking directly towards you. I would say the biggest concern is the fact that this storm is mostly isolated. You can see there's some other convection down here, but it is for the most part out of the way. So this is definitely probably the storm of concern, as it's tracking directly towards Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa, I would be preparing to get into your tornado shelters if I were you. West Jefferson, Adamsville, Graysville, Brookside, north of Birmingham, Alabama. You guys are under the gun, very much so. This is the most impressive storm of the entire day. We can see the whites, the reds here, indicating very, very strong inflow to this storm. And then we have greens here indicating our rear flank downdraft. If this tightens up within the span of the next minute or two, it could easily put down a tornado. We've already seen a damaging tornado tracked just north of Tuscaloosa here through south of Barry. So yeah, right here, as I was talking about it, this tight couplet right here, we could have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Nothing yet on correlation coefficient, but if there would be a tornado, that's what happens right there. You can see the last couple runs, it was much more of just a straight line. Now we kind of have the reds pushing into the greens a little bit more. So that shows more wind is pushing into here. And we still have the wind pushing directly back. So obviously this creates our rotation. This gives us an idea that we could potentially have a tornado on the ground right here. Anybody who's watching right now, if you have anybody you know who lives in Alabama, I mean Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, places south of that, south towards like Montgomery, please let them know, share the stream with them, you know, do something like that, because they need to understand that they're in for a couple strong storms within at least the next few hours. There's a good chance that this storm, if it's not actively producing a tornado right now, it will be producing a tornado here within the next few minutes. I mean, we have very strong inflow. Our rear flank downdraft is nice and healthy, and you can see that over here on this side, the reflectivity of the storm, where we actually have a hook present, and the tornado would be located pretty much on the end of that hook, which matches up exactly where our areas of rotation meet in the middle. So please, everybody who is tuning in, you know, like, share the video. It's how YouTube really pushes stuff out to people. And somebody who lives down here may not have cable. This may be the one way that they may get the information. They just might not even be aware of this. And any way that you can share this with other people could go on to benefit somebody, and hopefully could even end up saving somebody's life ultimately. So we're hopefully going to get another update here. I'm going to check and see if we have any updated info. And looks like we do. That is a newer run. You can actually perfectly see the hook right here. We could have a tornado on the ground right now, right here, just northwest of Graysville. Yeah, that's a tight couplet right here in the middle. I would not be surprised to see if this was a tornado on the ground. I can't get the radar to load. Yeah, I would say that's probably a tornado on the ground. You can see a couple little droplets of correlation coefficient there. Correlation coefficient gives us an idea if there's any debris or anything that has been lofted up into the atmosphere. And in this scenario, it looks like there probably was. I'm going to try to just keep covering everything for you guys. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek just down south here at these cells. Hopefully the radar will not keep giving us fits like it is. Our radar scope is trying to keep up. Yeah, we do still have this area of rotation, even though this is not tornado warned. See, I personally, if I was running the National Weather Service today, I would probably issue a tornado warning on this. But at the same time, I get why they aren't. It's not the best looking picture in the world. But still, this thing has the chance of going tornado warned here within the next few minutes. So we'll check into it periodically, but we're going to focus mainly on these storms still. Specifically this one right up here, tracking, I believe, just north of Birmingham. If we could get our velocity to show up, that would be wonderful. Alright, come on, velocity. Yeah, it's safe to say that is definitely a tornado on the ground. If we pull up correlation coefficient, yeah, I would say that's a tornado on the ground. Look at this area right here with a little bit of a CC dropout. It's not 100%. This is tracking just north of Birmingham. This is currently 15 miles northwest of Birmingham. So we definitely need anybody who lives in Mount Olive, Alabama, north of Graysville, Adamsville, Morris. You guys need to be in your shelters right now, because this is likely a confirmed tornado, and it actually has the looks of a very strong tornado. You can see these brighter colors are much stronger numbers of shear. So this right here is about 88, right? 88 miles an hour, and there it is. There it is right there. That's a confirmed tornado. 100% that's a confirmed tornado. So please, everybody, Morris, Mount Olive, you guys need to be in your tornado shelters. You need to be underground. Really, whatever you can do to protect yourself right now, because this is a confirmed tornado heading your way, and not much is going to stop this. Tuscaloosa, you guys are still under the gun as well for this tornado warned storm. So if you live in Tuscaloosa, if you know anybody who lives in Tuscaloosa, they have a tornado warned storm that is tracking just south of them, and they need to be well aware of that. Our main concern, though, is definitely Brookside, Mount Olive, Alabama, for sure. This is a confirmed tornado. It does not say that, but I can almost guarantee you this is a confirmed tornado. So correlation coefficient, what that does is correlation coefficient detects whether objects that are reflecting back to the radar are symmetrical, like whether they're moving in a manner that is odd, right? Or whether it's like larger objects, smaller objects. So obviously stuff like trees and stuff like that would cause CC to spike a little bit higher than what it would normally be. So having a CC drop like this along directly where we have our tightest area of rotation right here almost 100% confirms that we have a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service will likely confirm this here, I would say probably any minute now. I don't see a way that this doesn't become a confirmed tornado, because, I mean, this is the strongest velocity couplet we've had the entire day, and we see there's still this CC dropout. So this is tracking, again, just north of Birmingham. This is about 13 miles directly northwest of Birmingham, just a couple miles northwest of Brookside, Mount Olive. This is pretty much going to track directly towards you. This is definitely the strongest storm we've had the entire day. Let's see if we can get an update on our velocity, because our velocity is just a little bit behind. No, we did not. Okay. Yes, there's no velocity update. So, but if we go back just one run, we can see right here where we have our highest connection. Yeah, we still have a tornado on the ground here. I don't think they'll go particularly dangerous situation warning on this, but they will definitely confirm the tornado on this. There's probably a relatively strong tornado on the ground with this storm right now. I'm gonna see if I can find any pictures or anything. Yeah, this tornado is also completely rain wrapped. Let's go ahead and look at the normal reflectivity radar. So the reflectivity just shows us what you would usually see for radar. This shows us rain, hail. So right where our tornado is located, it's actually it's a little bit farther east of this, because this is a couple minutes old. It is fully wrapped in rain. This entire area is wrapped in rain. You would have to be incredibly close to this tornado to see it. Let's see, did they just update it? They did not. Well, we have to have an update here soon. Our velocity is lagging way behind. Let's see if we can get an update here. Okay, so this one does give us an update. Now I'll flip back to it. There we go. Now we have updated velocity. So right here, we have a confirmed tornado again, still going north of Brookside, north of Mount Olive. If you live in Morris, Alabama, you know anybody that lives in Morris, Alabama, you have to be underground or in some type of shelter right now, because this is the strongest storm of the entire day. We have very strong winds feeding into this storm. This storm is very healthy in terms of its rotation, and then a healthy enough rear flank. This is probably a pretty damaging tornado ongoing right now. I'm very surprised the National Weather Service has yet to confirm this tornado, because this tornado is 100% on the ground. We actually just got a new update that is 100% a tornado on the ground. There is a tornado on the ground right now, just, let's see, about 7 or 8 miles west-southwest of Morris. Morris, you have only a couple minutes before this is going to be to you. This storm is going to be on top of you within a couple minutes. You need to go to a safe place, whether that be an interior room, a basement, somewhere that is safe. Tuscaloosa, now we have a new tornado warning here for Tuscaloosa. This is going to track just south of you by only a couple miles, really. This is probably going to track right there. So probably only 2 miles south of the heart of Tuscaloosa. All of these highways here, this major intersection of all these highways is directly in the path of this rotation. There's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but still pretty strong rotation. And actually, we have a little bit of a cutout here, which could indicate that the inflow to this storm is strengthening, and it probably will produce a tornado here pretty soon if it does not have a tornado on the ground already. If you guys have any questions, anything in the chat, please let me know. I'm just trying to keep up with everything that is going on here. Let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and check. Whoa, where is that at? Where is that at? Summiton Warrior. That is. Oh wait, that's what I'm already looking at. My bad. I thought somebody was telling me about a different storm. Yeah, this is most definitely a dangerous situation. Here, just north of Birmingham. Yes, we have a confirmed tornado here. And the National Weather Service still has not confirmed it, but this is a confirmed tornado, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I cannot see a way that this is not on the ground. We have correlation coefficient, and it matched up perfectly with our velocity couplet right here. It would just be nice to actually get our radars to function a little bit better today. Yeah, Tuscaloosa, you're still under the gun here. This is definitely a dangerous situation now, as this outbreak has kind of finally come to fruition. It definitely took its time until everything became much more linear, and a lot of that the crappy convection kind of died off. Once that happened, these storms basically just had free reign to just go ballistic, and that's kind of what we're seeing now, where Morris, you guys have to be underground right now. I mean, this is definitely urgent, as they have updated the tornado warning. It still says radar indicated rotation, but that at least was a confirmed tornado for a short period of time, heading just south of Tuscaloosa, probably missing Tuscaloosa by about 2 miles. We have another tornado warning. This one does not look like it's confirmed in any way. It's also in quite a radar hole, so it is kind of hard to see it. However, treat this as a confirmed tornado. That's what I would do. I would treat this as a confirmed tornado. We're seeing a lot of lightning popping up around this storm, so that's usually indicative of a storm gaining strength. and you can see right here where that inflow is just flowing into this storm. Very strong. You have your rear flank downdraft around the back. There's multiple spotters here. Let's see who's the closest. Brad Arnold is the closest. That was just about less than 10 minutes ago. So we will see. We'll likely get information on whether there's a tornado on the ground or not very soon. Looks like my friend Norman is also on this storm as well. So hopefully we will have updates for you guys on whether or not this is a confirmed tornado. Now, we did have a confirmed tornado go through just south of Somerton, northwest of Cardiff. It looks like it's probably not on the ground anymore, as our rotation has become a little bit more broad. If there were to be a tornado, it would be in here, and it looks much more broad now. So this is much less concerning, specifically for a violent tornado. But you could still have tornadoes which spin up along the front and the front end inflow to this notch here. So let's head back down towards Tuscaloosa, where we have this pretty tight couplet right here. You also do have a weaker, broader area of rotation here that's practically going right through Tuscaloosa as well. So this is not a good scenario at all. And where is that? So either this is a tornado on the ground, or this is... that is concerning. That is most definitely concerning right there for Tuscaloosa. I'm trying to get any updates that I can. Brandon Lane is live on YouTube, just east of Tuscaloosa. He's got a cell approaching. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he's just east of Tuscaloosa, looking south at this cell right now. I don't think I should show his stream live because he probably won't want me to do that. I don't know how far east of Tuscaloosa he is, but it looks like he's far enough east where he's probably over here somewhere. Let's see. How close to this is he? I would say he's probably over here. Yeah, Brandon Lane. There he is. Okay, so this is tracking basically directly at him. Wow, actually, that's a very menacing sight to see. Alright, we're going to ask Brandon if it's fine if we can show what he sees on the live stream. Brandon is right here. This is tracking practically right at him. Could be a tornado on the ground, actually. Pretty tight area of rotation. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he's got a good view from where he's at. Hopefully he stays safe. The tornado warning up here near Morris is no longer as much of a concern. It looks more like This is kind of an outflow boundary with some converging inflow at this point, which is usually what happens with these storms that produce a tornado, and they're more of a linear type setup. They tend to, the outflow just undercuts the rotation and ends up killing it. So Brandon is still sitting here. Likely, this tornado is likely visible if it is on the ground. He should be able to see it. Although I would recommend that he would be in a position where he can actually maneuver a little bit better. He's in kind of a tough spot. No response from Brandon as of yet as to whether or not we can use his video, so I'm just going to keep watching it. Just know, south of Tuscaloosa, wow, there's a lot of cars on the highway. That's not good. There's very strong rotation right here on the southern end of this. This is going to track across all of these highways here. There very well could be a tornado on the ground, and we're going to see it on Brandon's live stream here any minute now. I'm going to put my headphones on for the sake of hearing him. If there's a storm to be on right now, it's probably that one. Lots of lightning activity as well. You can see all of these bolts here. Yeah, there's not a closer radar than this one. This is the best radar picture we're going to get. We're going to see... Whoops. Let me find... Let me get Brandon again, who's live on YouTube. And I will just momentarily show this. Brandon is live on YouTube if any of you want to go check him out. So he's currently I think he is just east of Tuscaloosa. Yeah. So just east of Tuscaloosa, and looks like he might have a tornado or at least a large wall cloud that's probably going to be rearing its ugly head over the hill any minute now. Although he's moving, he's probably going... Wow, lots of lightning activity with this storm. Again, if you live south of Tuscaloosa, you need to be underground right now. This storm is absolutely no joke. I'm not going to be able to see Brandon's stream. But just know that it's a good chance he's about to encounter a tornado. Okay, we need to get a new velocity update. We just did. Okay. So this is not really a rain wrap scenario. This tornado is probably pretty visible actually if you're down there chasing right now. Lots of correlation coefficient. That's what makes me think that this tornado is actively on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, the inflow to this storm would actually be visible if you were there. I'm gonna go ahead and leave his stream here on the... Wait, what the heck? I don't know what way they're driving. Heading east, he said. Okay. Heading east. This supercell, just like the last one, is one of the more impressive ones. Wow, this has been a long day. A very long day. Even though we haven't even had nearly the outbreak of what was expected, I would say at this point now we are living up to expectations with the last few supercells we've seen. We've likely had a couple stronger tornadoes occur, and this supercell will probably persist for quite some time, because I can't imagine that anything would. My gosh. Man, I almost don't know what to say. This is just this has gone on for so long. I mean, if you live south, at this point, if you live east of Tuscaloosa, places like Brookwood, Abamant, Lakeview, Coling, Vance, North Bibb, you guys are under the gun right now for a tornado warning. Possibility of a tornado on the ground just southeast of Tuscaloosa. It missed Tuscaloosa by less than 5 miles. Hopefully Brandon can get a view here, because he's driving away from the storm, so can't really see behind him. But I think there's a pretty good chance that there at least was a tornado on the ground momentarily for this storm. It looks like it's probably crossed the highway now. Man, it's very strong, pretty strong inflow though on this storm. We do still have a tornado warning out here, just east of Morris, north of Pincer. I do think that warning will probably expire here pretty soon. We do still have cells south of this one that's currently going through Tuscaloosa that have a chance as well of producing some tornadoes. Specifically, these cells right down here near Stonewall, Mississippi, all the way down towards like Seminary. I think that is Hattiesburg as well. These cells definitely have a chance. I don't think they have as much of a chance. They're a little too far south to be taking advantage of that. Oh wow, that's a pretty concerning sight, actually. Okay. Wow, I cannot believe that. Wow, this actually has a donut hole area of rotation. Well, there we go. Funnel cloud. Large rain-wrapped funnel near Publix in the Taylorville. Okay. Well, this is definitely a dangerous situation here just east of Tuscaloosa, heading straight towards Brookwood. Brookwood, you need to be underground right now for sure. this is heading directly towards you. Same with Abament. You need to be underground. There's pretty good chance that if this didn't spawn a tornado, it very well could here pretty soon. Especially with a couplet like that. There's a very good chance that this did. Let's see if we can actually get a refreshed velocity scan here. We kind of had two areas of rotation actually, and this area rapidly intensified and actually looks about as good as it ever has in terms of the chance of producing lots of lightning, just firing left and right down here. New tornado warning. I believe this is for the one that I'm on. Yes. Yeah, new tornado warning. That includes Brookwood, Lakeview, Woodstock, Caffey Junction. Please, Brookwood, please get to your safe places, get to your shelters. There's a good chance that if this thing did not produce a tornado, it could very soon. Especially with the uptick in lightning, how tight and strong this rotation is. You notice how there's no other bright areas of green except for literally just right here. That's pretty indicative of a tornado vortex signature. And now it looks like it maybe has weakened slightly, but still, this should be treated as a tornado. All warnings should be treated as a tornado. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm trying to make sure that I'm not missing any tornado possible warnings here. This is up in Kentucky. We do have a tornado possible warning in Kentucky, actually. Wow, that's a little unexpected. Oh, wow. Kentucky. Let's see. Where is this? Campbellsville, Kentucky. Bradfordsville. Actually, is this not where I chased? This is literally where I chased on New Year's Day. Wow. It's pretty crazy. It goes full circle like that. So Campbellsville, Bradfordsville, you guys are under the gun for some tornado possible severe warnings, which means that it's a severe thunderstorm that does have some weak rotation evident on radar. Also, this one just north of Burkesville seems like it does also have some weak rotation, but it does not have a tor possible. I would personally treat that as a tornado possible storm. But you guys are not nearly as much under the gun as, let's say, Birmingham, Alabama. Let's see if we can actually get a velocity update here. Okay, so Brandon's stream on YouTube is still going, and as is mine, except he's actually out in the field, I'm not. Please feel free to go check out Brandon's stream if you want to see I think he just ended his stream. Either that or he lost connection. Yeah, Brookwood, Lakeview, you guys are definitely in the target for this storm. There's tree damage. Wow, okay, that's very pixelated. I'm trying to find like live updates if I can. I did just find that there was tree damage. I'll show the pictures here. I don't have the rights to any of these, obviously. This is just information that I'm finding on Twitter and showing you guys, so full credit to Stephen Quinn. So there's a bit of tree damage. This is probably from, I would say definitely from a tornado that just touched down. Near Macon, Mississippi. This was earlier today. That was probably a tornado on the ground as well. So, we're still continuing to track this, pretty much as long as we need to. I would say the only thing for this storm is that we're probably going to have CAPE, which is our convective available potential energy, or our instability is going to be kind of downtrending a little bit now as we're moving into the overnight hours. As you can see, it's dark in my room right now, and that's because I had the windows open and was just using the natural light of the world, and now the sun is down. So we're going to keep trying to see if we can see anything. Correlation coefficient is not really giving us a great idea because you can see some of the pixelation bug issues that are going on here. Yeah, places Lakeview, you're under the gun. North Bibb as well, just north of you along Highway. I'm pretty sure I know that, where that is. I've seen that before.
Things look pretty intense.
Yeah, so that is just south of, okay, Vance. So that is Interstate 20 and Interstate 59 right here just north of Vance. Likely up near Lakeview, you're probably going to have this rotation moving towards you. It looks like it was on the ground, at least momentarily, as we have some pictures of some tree damage. But yeah, it looks like it's kind of it's kind of undergoing a cell merger right now. Let's go ahead and take a look if we can look at this. You can see this cell pop up right here. We've got some more little showers that are kind of being enveloped into this this supercell. So it did produce a short-lived tornado though that crossed the highway there, just south of Tuscaloosa. So Alrighty. Well, this is our only tornado warned storm right now, and I think it's probably just gonna stay severe warned for the future. Given we can watch here actually if I pull it over to this. This storm is ingesting a lot of very wet inflow, which is what has been killing all of the other storms leading up to today. So I think that this storm might be one of the last sort of hoorahs of the night. We're going to be rapidly losing Cape. This event was already a low Cape event, and with the sun going down and stuff, we're just going to be losing a lot of the energy we had in the atmosphere. And then, of course, that trough is going to shear out as it ejects farther to the east. So I doubt that we will have too many more, concerning storms other than this one. And if this one continues to ingest just these little rain showers that are impeding its inflow like it has been doing, then I'll probably get off the stream for tonight, because I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I streamed 5 hours for like 5 tornado warnings. So it was like an average of 1 tornado warning an hour. So it has been a very, very long day for me. So we'll go ahead and give this storm a little bit more time, see if it manages to kind of cycle it all, mature again. If it does, then I'll cut back in, but if it doesn't, then yeah, I'll probably be ending the stream here pretty soon. So there still definitely is rotation present here. It's not it doesn't signify really a tornado vortex though, because of the position of the rotation. And we did just get a new tornado warning actually, so I'll keep the stream on for the new tornado warning. We're trying to check correlation coefficient, but it's a complete mess right now, to be honest. But yeah, we'll keep the stream on. See, I don't think any other storms right now really look good enough to expect, any other tornado warnings, like at least not right this very moment. So we're just gonna stick looking at this one warning near McCalla, Alabama, heading towards Bessemer and Hoover, Alabama. So if you live anywhere from McCalla, Hoover, Bessemer, this zone, you guys should be taking shelter, and hopefully this storm will continue to ingest some of these weaker thunderstorms, and it should actually kill the rotation that we have on this storm. So we're just going to keep watching it for now.